Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing this morning? Everyone hear me? Good morning, guys. Nope. See everyone hanging out. Ding ding. Yep. Well, let me tell you right now, I will be canceling all my plans if MOASS starts. Shares available pre 200K, ATP 394K, volume 19.8K. But for now. uh Looks like there was some volume pushing up. Some new regulation went into effect last night. Um, for anybody that's unaware, I'll cover this a couple times today. My current plan is to end the stream at at 2 p.m. Because I have a flight to catch at 5. Um, I had kind of a family emergency come up, and I have to handle that. If MOASS starts, I may not go. Like if we hit like 250 today, I might not leave. Um, Austin Burns, good morning, man. Thank you so much for the donation. But if I do in fact leave, there will be no stream tomorrow. But I will be like keeping anybody interested updated on what I like. I'll be paying attention to the markets. I'll just be unavailable to stream. Fly first class? No, absolutely not. I'm flying the lowest of economy. Uh, yeah, I'll definitely let you know if you can help out secure. Right now, like what my plan is I'm gonna open up that live Friday chat for anybody interested in the Discord tomorrow, and then like I'll keep you guys updated or answer any questions throughout the day. Heading to GameStop HQ. I'm not. It's just like some family issues that came up, Christy. Yeah, everything's fine. I'm gonna go check out the moon. I don't know if I'll get the Reddit live charting up, but I'll try to. It's gonna depend because like I'm not gonna have computer access. Um, like I'll have mobile access, but not computer access on Friday. I mean, possibly, but there's also like I might be able to get it up. We'll see. There's gonna be like a pretty drastic time difference also. Lowest economy. It's not Spirit. It's okay. So maybe I should rephrase that. It's the best economy. Just give Secure the reins easy. Fidelity short in the last few minutes down to 334. Oh wow, they returned a lot to Fidelity. I wonder when they bought them. Avoiding guest host. Yeah, right. I might be able to get it up. Yeah, but as far as I know, and then like I think it may even be a stretch for me to get like the technical DD out this weekend, but I'll try. The video, I'm not sure. I might be able to record one. I might not. I'll have to see what the people I'm staying with have set up. Because I know I can use my camera as or like my phone as a webcam. Maybe I'll do like some Gherkinit abroad videos for like the community tab. Yeah, I really don't want to go. I don't want to go anywhere right now. And then the worst part is I'm getting back Monday morning at like 5 a.m. Eastern time. So I'm just gonna have to get off the plane and immediately like come start setting up everything for Monday's stream. So I may also just be like dead on my feet Monday. You're flying Spirit? No, I'm not flying Spirit Airlines. I would never. Don't worry. I've flown Spirit once and it'll never happen again. Actually, I'm pretty bullish on today. They passed some new regulations last night. I didn't get really like a big chance to read into them, but it looks good. And then I also kind of think the price action yesterday was very reminiscent of like, remember when we dipped like here below the wedge breakout that we were expecting and we shot below it? I feel like this is a similar instance of them trying to drive the price down, just way less successful. Like we also had a really bad like market days back here as well, and they took it. Remember when I was like they're taking advantage of the market? I think they just did that again yesterday with those 400,000 shares they borrowed. So I expect we'll just turn right back around. So I actually expect pretty good price action today, and like we're already, it looks like we're already gap filling that like little bit of arbitrage from the European market opening. So I'm pretty excited for today, which makes me having to like spend market hours rushing to the airport extremely irritating. Like T plus DDs, but next week looking spicy. Good to know, Moon. I don't dislike them. I just like, I feel like everybody who's writing T plus DDs needs to get together with everyone else writing them, and they need to decide like what date they're starting the T plus on. I am pretty excited about most days. I like this stock. I don't know what else to tell you guys. Oh, and if you guys could drop some likes, try to help get the likes up for now so you can get more people in here. It's very helpful. And if you haven't, subscribe. That helps the channel out. Airport Uber? No, not Uber. I might drive. Actually, tomorrow I make my donation. Okay, so do it with your co-fire if you're offline. Yeah, absolutely, Gorilla. Thank you so much, man. Um, Dislike dropped. I saw a comment last night. It's always T plus one. Yeah, it seems like every time I read a T plus DD, it's for the next day. And that's just like not possible. Not every day is a T plus cycle. And I think the biggest thing to take away from those is they're just not covering failure to delivers. T minus TDs. That's what I'm talking about, Anthony. Thank you so much, a boot flock, for joining the Cornishons. I appreciate the membership, man. TT means twin turbo. My exit plan per your infotainment suggestions. And your exit DD you mentioned will form wedges. Is it possible the first wedge breaks down instead of up? Absolutely. They can all break down or up. They're statistically they're more likely to break down in normal market action, right? Like if you have a wedge, they're more likely to break down. But because of the buy pressure during a short squeeze, they can actually break up, and then you'll begin to see another triangle form. We went over another short squeeze yesterday. I forgot the ticker, but I kind of like tried to show everybody how that works. And that's why you don't exit like 100% of any position at once, right? That's why you break it up into like 10, 10, 10, and then like say you do like 40, like 20, like 10. Is that right? 60, 70. Yeah. Or any variation on those. And what that does is it like maximizes your profit because your sell points can look like this. As opposed to just like selling 100% here, right? Like this is what'll happen to people who try to time the peak. They'll try to sell 100% here, and then the price will go up. And who knows what the range on that in a short squeeze is, right? Like it could be quite a long range. What if we have over 100% of shares? I mean, we probably do. And like, and so somebody was asking me yesterday, like, oh, like, but you have like faith in Apes to hold, and it's not that I don't, like, it's not that I don't have faith in you guys, but I do think the psychology of it will come into play for a lot of people. But also, what I do have faith in is that a lot of people can't sell. Like, I know for even just among our listeners, like, we have people that are like on vacation, you know, and like, ah, there's people that are like on vacation or like maybe they are unaware of their position. There's also like long funds, right? That will keep a lot of the float locked up. And so like even if say like 50% of apes in fact are paper hand, right? Like this is just theoretical, but say 50% of apes are paper hand and 25% are like I don't know, what do we call it? Like rock handed. And then 25% are diamond handed, right? We only need 25, like you don't even need 25% for this to like hit its peaks, like to hit its highest peak, because there'll be another like 10% of this group that's just unable to sell, and there'll be another like 10% of retail holders that will be unable to sell also. So we've already got 20% that just like can't do anything that day. By the time you move your mouse to select limit sell, it would have already moved past that point. You got to be quick. That's why I tell everybody to practice paper trading, ideally on whatever platform you plan on using for the MOASS, because like you want to be like really experienced with putting in those orders and get used to like how to place them on like highly volatile stocks. I'm totally unable to get to a computer or get my attention on device to time any moves. It could be rough for me. I mean, Windmill Willie, if the stock is more than $10,000, I don't know what you're doing at work. Not telling you to quit, but I mean, don't worry, there's going to be a lot of time leading up. And I don't think people are going to pay, like, I don't think apes are going to paper hand during that. Like, I don't think super stonk people or RGME people or Wall Street Bets people are going to paper hand during the beginning parts of the run up. I'm more worried at like psychological price points. Like, I'm not really worried at 1,000, but I'm kind of like, I'd be more worried at like 10 or 100 or 250 or 500. Like those are the price points where I think we could see some paper handedness. I'm not too worried about, but like even just the run up to 1,000 could take like a whole day. And that's probably like when the margin calls will start. And once the margin calls start, there's going to be so many halts. We're going to be halted for like a significant portion of the trading day. So there's not going to be a lot of like whatever day like the MOASS is on is going to be mostly halts. What's up with GME? I wanted a discount today. I mean, you could have bought GME in the pre-market before it started running up. But you might see action. Apparently, there were some shares borrowed already. We'll see how it goes. No, I mean, this is like no volume. These are like 300. This one's 150. Like these are very low volume candles. Do I not have a 180 in place? Oh, I do. 179.99. Yeah, buy pressure would negate paper hand sell pressure. At that point, like once margin calls start coming in. I mean, after, like I told people before, after a halt, you may see like a red candle briefly, right? Halt. But like it'll just turn green and keep running up. So you might see some like struggling and then it'll just shoot back up. Are you going to open Pickle Financial Institute for traders who want to learn to trade good and do other stuff good too after MOASS? I'll think about it. I mean, I have like, I use hotkeys for trading in volatile situations like that. But that's like, I'm a gamer, so that's like something I'm used to anyway. If I sell at 10,000, I make 707. Don't reveal positions, Dan. I can't remember how I did it. Is there? Honestly, if you can tell me a way to type in the number for those lines, I would be eternally grateful. Because it drives me absolutely insane. I have to feign illness to stop the shoot long enough to sell a block here and there. I just go to the bathroom for like 8 hours. Any posts worth reading in our super songs today? I ask here instead of scrolling through the endless cringe to find something. I mean, mine. You can read my post for this morning, my like pre-market thing. Vic. It's linked in the description, by the way, if anybody has to like leave the stream and you want to keep following along at a much slower pace. Pickle ETF. I might do that. That sounds fun. Like starting an ETF. Aren't you more like Warden? Don't you know we need 6,200? We don't need any of that. Because like Warden's just in the place where like everyone starts grizzled. Like everybody who starts doing TA starts like Warden. And then they realize that you don't need any of that shit. And like the most successful traders generally have the simplest strategies. I don't know any successful traders that use complicated strategies. Could HS buy option contracts to cover their shorts at a lower price? Sorry, I have no clue. They're losing money to cover their. They're not really covering their shorts. They're hiding them. Broke dope. There's a difference. Occam's razor, yeah. But I don't want to use terminology like that, organic prison wine, because then people are like, what's Occam's razor? And then I have to explain that. It's much easier to just say it the way I did. Did you guys see Disaster Girl meme sold as an NFT for 500K? No. Some guy on Reddit pointed out that BlackRock has like 9 trillion in assets, while Citadel only has 35 billion. Will we see BlackRock will cannibalize anybody. They don't care. They are not a nice company. Also, Citadel has way more than 35 billion in assets. Like Ken Griffin alone is worth like 35 billion. They have like 300 and something $billion, I think. What are your thoughts for today? Volume is super low in pre-market based on past run-up. Usually shows a pre-market, doesn't it? No, not necessarily. Benjamin Patel. Especially like we have GameStop has liquidity issues, right? Like too much of the float is owned. Brokers are starting to have like a really hard time finding shares to transfer, which is a good sign that like there's no stock left. And so like first of all, we don't need a lot of the stock purchased to move up. And then second of all, there's none for sale, which is a problem, right? For like high volume. Doesn't 300. And that's why like bids need like market bids need to come in that go unfilled. And that's how we like start MOASSing. Whatever happened to that snarky here? Let me Google that for you search page. Send people to that. If you don't know what, just Google it. Yeah, I mean, just Google it. Maketh MOASS with thine pickles. Shares 1% interest. I mean, they're not our friends, right? They've just found Doomslayer. Have you read my DD on that? On the 1% interest? They're just like everyone, you have to remember that they're all at war with each other as well. It's just the shorts on the stock are also at war with retail, and that's a bit too much for anybody to handle. Don't forget to open the market with some Cardi V ASMR. Well, you change your name back then, Garrett. Transfer, what would happen if a ton of plebs transferred around the same time? I don't know. They'd have a really hard time finding shares, like legitimate shares. It could stall transfers. Like, I don't know. If you're transferring at this point, there's some risk involved, I think. But like, maybe not as much as not transferring. So it's like you gotta kind of weigh the risk reward there. I hope they aren't buddied with the shorts offering this supreme discount. I'll find your DD though. Yeah, I wrote a DD about why the interest rate is so low. It's pinned to my Reddit profile. There's also a video. Wait, did I cover that in the video? Maybe not. I think it's just on the Reddit post. But I go into why I think that's the case. And I've also like since then found out that the rebates are in fact as like as high or almost equal to the short interest being charged. So it's essentially free for them to borrow the stocks, but there's a reason for that. I use this for my kids' school. Imagine they were sending emails to Cardi V up. That's amazing.
Don't be ashamed, Garrett.
So MOASS button, we all saw it. Don't gaslight us. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I've seen some fake news circulating over on our Dillionaires about me having some sort of button, people photoshopping buttons into my stream. It's not appreciated. No one wants to short GME. GME, the hardest borrow stock going. Yeah. That's so. Yeah, it's not low because no one wants to short GME. Actually, it makes it super profitable for day traders to short it. Drawing plans for clients match. I'd love to call them today. I just say I'm going to build it for myself. Sneakers literally cannot handle it. Sorry, place when you do that. I don't. I'm sorry, Daniel. You need professional help, brother. For what? I probably can't afford it. If one were to buy GME, is it best to wait till after open? Um, Not necessarily. I mean, like the price is more stable now, but it could dip, right? At open. So like, I prefer waiting after open to like move into positions, unless I'm day trading them and I have like some plan in place. But if I'm just like swing trading, I usually wait for a bit. Just need a 2-share power spike purchase at 190. I'll see what I can do. Also, for any of you guys that are dillionaires and didn't notice, there's a I've been putting pics in the scanners channel. Like obviously the I suggest if you're not experienced day trading that you're you know you're paper trading those, but those stocks should be like volatile or good day trades. They're stocks that come up on my own personal scanners, so we're gonna mega dip on open. Remember my countdowns. I have inside info. So what's the talk? EU regulations. Feeling cowish. Vic Rattlehead, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon member, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Tesla could crash. It's way overvalued. How many shares borrowed today? I don't know. I'll let you know. There were like some borrowed on Fidelity, and then GME's got 100,000 borrowed this morning. Or I borrowed us rather. I'm not sure what the number from Fidelity was. Chance Hampton, thank you so much for the subscription. Um, or the membership rather. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the Long Johnsons. I hope we see some of those today. Well, I do and I don't. Like I want the stock to like hit 190 so I can get out of my options, and then I want it to trade sideways till Monday. Oh, I'm definitely going to be back on Monday. Why trade sideways till Monday? Well, because I'm going to be gone. And so you take that blasphemy elsewhere. Wow, that's insane. Thank you guys all for being in here. Um, this is definitely our highest viewership for this early in the day. It's greatly appreciated. If you guys like the channel, drop a like, and if you want to see more of our content, subscribe. It's a huge help. When this happens, I will purchase a Cornishon membership. Awesome, Dan Matthews. Except if I'm a billionaire, I don't want your $5. I'm gonna send it back to you. Kirkton has the MOASS button. That's silly. Will you stay during MOASS? I'm not gonna stream MOASS. I'll stream it up to a point, and then I have to leave, like during the stream, because I have too many brokerages that I need to have open and like monitor simultaneously at that point. That like there's no way I'll be able to also stream. Spy gapped up on open. Yeah, apparently there was like some good news from the Fed today or something. So I'm not super excited about what's going on with the SPY today. It's gonna just go up, I think. Excuse me. When the bar shares 100K, is it 100K or 100K times 100? No, it's 100,000 shares. Not they're not blocks. All right, let's see what we got here. 89,000 on the opening candle. We are getting like a pretty early doji, so we'll see. Hopefully this volume stays above VWAP on the doji, and that could mean that we're gonna climb. But watch that. Can't you just monitor without paying much attention to your stream during my ass? I don't care if you give us attention. I just want to hear panic and excitement from you as you unload. Yeah, no, it really has to do with like bandwidth issues and stuff, not so much like that I don't want to or I couldn't. Actually spoke to my friend who's like a lawyer about that, and I could actually I could actually stream it, but like I can't with the bandwidth issues. No, not record either. I have way too many brokerages open. I have like 6 brokerages. 3 of them with their own trading software that I have to have open, and then 3 in browser windows. And then I need like millisecond order execution time. As much as I like love all you guys in this channel, like those milliseconds streaming or recording could cost me millions, and I'm not going to risk that. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll be closing Epic Pen. That'll be the first thing I close. Yeah, they all log you off after 30 seconds, so you have to keep flipping between them. Well, WeBull doesn't, and the other one doesn't also, but the third trading software does. And then all the browser-based ones log you out. I'm definitely using limit orders. I'll be using limits, stop limits, and then my current plan, the last like 10% of my position is gonna get unloaded with a stop loss as the stock comes back down. But I also have like options that I'm executing during MOASS, and like I have so much stuff to do. There's just no way. I'm gonna predatorily short General Mills cereal. I don't think I'd be very successful. All right, so looking weak on open. If this trend continues, we could see a dip. We're at 150K volume, so really low volume so far. What about the trailing stop? No, I don't use trailing stops. They're risky. I don't like them. That's just another stop loss. I'm only using one stop loss throughout the entire MOASS, and it's at the very end, just to catch like the falling knife with whatever remains of my shares. Except the 10 that I don't intend to sell. For those with brokers without limit orders? Ugh. Um. Hmm. So you have no No limit orders at all on your broker? What broker doesn't have limit orders? I found a Bape sticker. Raining blood. No, this isn't bad. We're only down $2. And we're up from last night. So now we're down point, like, but we're not, we're currently up for like the day. Let's relax. Yeah, I'm keeping those unless we get to like $1 billion a share or something. I'm gonna keep those 10 on principle. They were super cheap. I bought them at like I think $7. So yeah, I'll keep $70 worth of shares to see just how far it goes. I have a stop loss and gliding stop loss. What the hell? What is it? Like a trailing stop? Euro brokers. God, why are the Euro brokers? I would never like I want to live in Europe, but I could never deal with like some of the things I've heard about from like European brokerages. Um I guess I now I like I don't think using like market orders is a good idea. But if I had like if I only had access to market orders, huh? Hold on. How would I handle that? I guess you would wait. So like, you know how you're like we're waiting for like the triangles to form, right? And you see the peak and then down and then a little like a lower high. And then like the best time to sell is like at the end, either before the bounce or before the drop, right? Like this is the ideal target for each peak. I think if you don't have limit orders, like if you only have access to market orders, then the ideal target would be like here. Or you would want to do it after the confirmed breakout to the up or downside. So you would have to like either delay it to here or here, or you would have to hit the green candle here. But the issue with that is it could just rip through, right? Because you're trying to confirm so early in the triangle. Like the triangle may not actually form and it could just keep shooting up. So that's kind of the downside to that. Yeah, not having limit orders is rough. That's the only way I could think to address that. I hope that helps. Yeah, so that's not right. You wouldn't want to sell before peak if you only had market orders, because that's like even more volatile, and the amount of money you could lose is just insane. You definitely want to confirm a peak before you realize any selling. You would just have to sell earlier or later. Like you either have to confirm the breakout to the upside or downside at the end, right? Or you have to confirm the lower high. So you could confirm the lower high here or here, but the risk with confirming here is that could also just be the breakout point. And the breakout points are going to be more volatile, so the price range is greater. So like each peak has a lower, like for market orders. Go over how the triangles are created. It's really simple. The triangles are formed because buy pressure is super high, right? And then there's actually like a peak will start to form when there's equal sell to buy pressure, right? And then if the buy pressure continues to be less than the sell pressure, then we'll get a lower high. And then if that repeats again, we're buy. I think that's backwards. Hold on. Those symbols are backwards. So buy. This is sell. So sell is greater than buy. So this is the sell side of each triangle or each lower high. And then these would be steadily decreasing, right? And then so yeah, so you have lower lows or equal lows, equal less than or equal to each other. Yeah, less than or equal to, and then higher and lower highs. And so that's why these form, is because the sell pressure is greater than the buy pressure. But it's also consolidation. So you'll hit a point and then the stock will either break to the down or the upside with more pressure, right? So if the buy pressure picks up after consolidation, it's going to shoot up. And if the buy pressure drops after consolidation, it's going to shoot down. How long in time is that triangle? Like 5 to 6 minutes. It could be longer. They could form over longer periods or shorter periods. So it could be anywhere from like 3 ticks, which isn't verifiable, to like several. So these are on the 1 minute time scale, right? So 3 candles is 3 minutes. But 3 minutes isn't enough time to confirm. You really need 5, because you need to confirm lower highs and equal or lower lows. And then remember, like, if you're forming lower lows, buy pressure is consolidating. So you're actually on a bear flag, and those have a higher tendency to break up than if there's just downward consolidation, which would be like that. That's where the low stays the same, but the high decreases. Because on this one, like, a breakout to the down or upside is fairly equal, but on this one, a breakout to the upside is much higher. I'm going to watch it on the 1 and the later into it on the 1T time scale. But I don't suggest anyone do that. It's kind of hard to follow. And technical patterns don't really form the same way on 1T. It's 600%, I think, Kamer Dan, aka Buff Dan. So just hold then. The order sent out is a limit order. Okay, so I didn't know that. I guess that's very confusing, though. I would investigate how your broker handles those potential stop loss / limit orders then. Russell 200 dropping. SPY's looking a little weak. It might pick up, but it looks like it's going to fail. We're not turning around, however. And we're below VWAP. You would use my link to sign up, Lou Chaos. That's how you can, there's no referral code. It's just a referral link. So if you want to use my referral link for WeBull, it's down in the description. If you guys don't start an account, it's still like free real-time charting software, which is pretty awesome. Stop loss and limit is not the same. Yeah, limit is limit. Stop loss is, that's how I understand it. I would definitely investigate any claims that a stop loss is a limit order with your broker. I have limit sell and stop loss available. How would I use these? I cover this in my video, DD, on how each order is used. I suggest that people look at that and then also look at my Reddit profile and read the paper due diligence as well, because it goes into a little more depth. And then I suggest you use those links and educate yourself on proper order submission and when each order type is best, and understand the risks of each order type. Still pump and dump confirmed. Interesting. Trading pre-internet had to be like super unpredictable. Well, usually like pre-internet, you didn't really have a lot of retail traders. Like, you usually had a broker and they would trade for you. Just the MM moving for their best to liquidate all them moon boys. I don't know what you mean. Traders reality. It is all psychology. And bull and bear is just like an interchangeable term for position. Anybody who's like full bull side or full bear side will lose long term in the market. It's higher on the bear flag. Seems odd. No, why is that? Because lower lows means that buy side is consolidating. So like, if the lows keep lowering, buy side's consolidating more than sell side, which means buy side's getting ready for a large push. Can I pay in pickles to manage my personal MOASS? Absolutely not. Where's it going? Yep. For anybody that wants that WeBull link, Secure just posted it in the chat. Thank you so much, Secure. But you can also find it down below in the description. Thank you for posting the exit strat links. I suggest everyone look into those and then look into the following DD that covers orders and the pros and cons of each. It shocks me how many people are involved in this that have no idea about these things. You guys use this opportunity while we're trading sideways. Please use this opportunity to learn as much as you can. In any free time you have, I promise it will be worth it in the end. What is that orange line? It's part of a bull flag that I drew. I think it's the lower resistance of the bull flag. But it's irrelevant because it's not drawn on this time scale. So it's like really over here. So if we can break. So I think what'll happen is like, I think we got shorted with the market pressure here. So I think like, even though we broke to the bottom side of this bull flag, I think we're going to come back up. Similar to the price action that occurred here with the wedge. They tried to short this one also, but they didn't get it very low. Like so on this one, they got us down to like here, and then we came back up and then went through. And this one, they borrowed a lot more shares. This was like 100K shares with some negative market action. This was 400K with a lot of negative market action. And crypto tanked yesterday. So there's a lot of like outside influence on this dip. But I think we're gonna come back up. That's like my prediction from like a TA perspective. I can't see you anymore. Why can't you see me? Yeah, practice different sell orders on paper trading So you don't lose money, but you can get practice utilizing those orders, or, you know, setting up like your workflow for using those orders. These are all like very important parts about trading volatility, especially as a retail trader, because it's not like you have like access to a Bloomberg terminal and you just have like big buy sell buttons and you can just mash them. That's horrifying. Huge dump pre-squeeze. They could try. I don't know how successful it will be. I mean, we had the market tanking yesterday, and we had Zach in hit the MOASS button on this bitch to 200 so we can see some gamma. I don't know what MOASS button you're talking about, man. Font size resistance or be a margin call. It makes sense because they want to liquidate as much as they can. Yeah, if the SPY falls through resistance, there could be a lot of margin calls, and not just on GameStop, like all over the place. It gets real. It gets real messy after it like holds through the bottom of that long-term resistance. So you won't be streaming during the last business just multiple days, if not weeks. I said I'm not going to stream through the peaks, so I'll stream the run up. That's fine. But as soon as peaks start forming, I'm out. Yeah, thank you guys so much for linking any of the DD stuff. Can you 4-hour scale? Yeah, that was on 4-hour scale for the bull flags. We get a chart set up like yours. Sahib, WeBull, the links down in the description. Absolutely. My VWAP brings all the apes to the yard. No, it was 175 yesterday, back to 170 now. Max pain is super close between the two, though. So either is probably fine. 175, I think, is max pain right now. If anyone can confirm that, but I'm pretty sure. I looked earlier. It could have moved, but see, Thursday? Yeah, it might have moved a little bit. How long do you think MOASS will last? I've read the average squeeze lasts 11 days. Yeah, it could be like more than a week. But the first wedge that forms, I will close any streaming or live chats that I have. Like the first confirmed wedge. Pre-squeeze up so we can discuss Isaac strategies you would have made. I did that yesterday, Hal Jordan. Maybe around noon before I sign off for the day. I'll also kind of touch on that a little bit. How long do you estimate the MOASS lasting? Yeah, like 3 days or more. 3 days, I don't know if it would really be the MOASS. Like if it lasted 3 days, I'd be I would suspect a lot of foul play. I mean, the price targets that people are talking about, you're looking at like at least a week. I'm trying to work on my support trends. What do you think about a support line starting at the bottom of 511, touching 512 lows? It's very short term. I can tell you that much. 511, touching the bottom of 512. I mean, if you drew a support line here, right, and assume that this is an upward ascending channel, which it is ultimately, it would start here at the wick, and it would form like this. That would be the current like trend support. So you want to make sure you can get as much volume on the support line as possible while drawing it to ensure accuracy. So that would be like the support line that we're looking at right now. You could even go no. But you don't want it cutting into the traded volume. So like you don't care if you cut through wicks, but you don't want to start on wicks. You want to start on volume, and you want to kind of adhere as much volume as you can to that support line. And then the upper support line has a lot more support, but it actually looks more like they call these like bullhorns, but they kind of like expand outwards. Uh I guess that would be the closest. That would be like that. So they kind of see how they and the bull flags fill in those, but see how they kind of like keep getting larger. This is actually how like the spy always trades. So the spy always trades in this type of pattern, or like the market, unless it's correcting. But that's like another way to look at that. And remember, these are all readjusted on like the 1 minute. But that's how I would draw the support for that time period to now. I hope that helps, Jeff. Quit my job when you cut the stream. I didn't say that. Only YouTubers that will be streaming are most likely in it for the dopamine rush donators, as if MOASS isn't enough. I mean, my aim is to give you guys as much information as I feasibly can before this occurs. And then hopefully you will be more prepared on your own at that point. Thanks for that comment, Rick. Riley, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the Cornichon Club. Enjoy your dope emojis. Thank you so much, Zakir. Anybody paying attention in chat, Zakir's been repeatedly linking the DDs. Read them thoroughly. Make use of the links that I provide for further education. The best way to handle this is to approach it with the confidence of the knowledge and what you're doing. So if you have confidence in what you know, you're going to handle the MOASS much better than the average person would. Any YouTuber streaming should not be listened to. Yeah, I agree. Anybody streaming MOASS like through peaks, I would be very suspect of. Although I don't see if MOASS occurs, I don't think there's any like amount of money a hedgie could pay someone to get them on their side. It becomes a lot harder to buy people's loyalty at that point. I definitely wouldn't trust any streamer that doesn't have like a visible position on the stock. Got a chance to read and watch your exit strategy stuff. Thanks so much for making it so accessible. Thank you so much for the donation, Ben. I appreciate that. I really do hope it helps everybody learn more about this and have a better idea of the position they're in. Elliot Waves. um I think most of the YouTubers that have any position in GME only ever carry options positions. Like they don't own stock. Like Matt Kors, no offense to him, but I don't think he owns any GME like physical shares, or at least if he does, he hasn't displayed them on stream, to my knowledge. As far as I know, he buys like options when it starts to run, and that's it. Um, thanks, Hal. For those of you in chat, we're currently trading at 171.40, slightly above resistance. I need to update Reddit because I have not today. Give me 1 second, guys, and then I'll try to catch up on chat a little more. All right. Volume is 500K. Shares borrowed 130K, I think. All right, awesome. All right, I'm going to attempt to catch up on chat now. Looks like that was all the push we're getting for now. This is a very small run up in the scale of things, so but we are above VWAP now, so that's good. I don't see any emojis of dope. Security job too. I might paper hand at 1 million. I mean, if it hits 1 million, why paper hand there, right? Might as well just let it run at that point. Everyone has to take a drink if he misses this comment because he's updating Reddit. Good to know, Hafra. Matt Kors is not a believer. I mean, he's just in this to, like, make money. He's like a YouTuber. He's not an investor or a trader. How would MOASS not also join our brokers? Well, if they're not short the stock, they'll be fine. And they're insured too for liquidity. And Fidelity has a ton of money. Also, when you sell those shares, you're like, when you're buying shares, that's difficult, right? Because then they have to go buy those shares on the market. But I don't think anybody's going to be buying shares at 10 million. You're just going to be selling them, which provides your broker with liquidity because money is flowing from the clearinghouse into your broker. How much a catalyst do you think the shareholder meeting will be? I don't know. It could be one. It depends what they announce. I don't rate it highly as a catalyst. Like just the meeting itself. Did we fail a 170 test? If they say something wrong, it could have a negative effect. Earnings and shareholder meetings are always like risky plays. So I want to see a share recall. But I don't give a rat's ass about the shareholder meeting unless they announce a CEO. But look at like all the mistakes they made in their last earnings call. Like I hope they've improved their investor relations like edict since then, because the last, like, the earnings call a couple months ago was just awful. Like they didn't make any note on future looking like plans or anything. Like I know a lot of people got mad at Bruce about that, but like he was right in the regard that like it was a disaster of an earnings call. Only the lenders can do a share recall, not the company, right? The company could do it if the count of the vote exceeds so the company could recommend that their shareholders, which GameStop already has in the 14A, they could recommend that their shareholders vote. In which case, their shareholders would have to recall their shares in order to do that, right? And then they give them a date, which I think was like the 15th of April, to recall those shares by. But then if the vote count exceeds the number of available shares, the company can do a share recall. Even if they could only recall insider shares, that would be enough, right? GameStop recommended a share recall last year for voting. This looks good, by the way, guys. If we can push through 175, I could see us testing 180 today. Or like testing 180 early today, which could mean like a 190 check. For anybody that is unaware or like has just recently joined us, I'm going to be ending today's stream at 2 p.m., like on the nose, Eastern Standard Time. And I will not be streaming tomorrow as I have a family emergency that I have to fly out for. I'll go over this a couple more times before the stream ends, but for any of you that just got in here or didn't hear me announce it this morning, I will have a live chat up on Friday in the Discord for anybody that wants to like get questions out to me or wants to talk about things. I'll try to stay on top of that throughout the day. But yeah, there will be no live charting and no stream tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not super worried because, like, if MOASS starts tomorrow, like, it wouldn't even be close to done on Monday. But there may be no weekend DD, although I will try to at least push out like a technical analysis on Sunday, but there may not be a video. So pay attention to the Reddit, pay attention to the Discord. I'll be making announcements there and on the community tab for the YouTube. So if you're subscribed, you should get notifications for that. I'll make them public. And then yeah, and as always, you guys can always direct questions to me through Reddit DMs or on the Discord, and I'll try to get to those as well. But I will have that live chat channel open for anybody that wants to join in tomorrow. Because I land tonight, and then I should be available in the AM tomorrow to talk on there. Where's the Discord invite? If you want to join the Discord, there's a link down below for our Discord channel. So what's your cell number, just in case? Not likely, bro. Um, what time frame is best to read peaks at? 1 or 5? 1. Rebecca Wood. 1 minute time frame is best. She's gonna push the button. Organic Prison Wine. Thank you so much for joining the Dillionaires Club, man. Welcome. Enjoy making use of the private Discord. This also means for anybody who's a member this week that there most likely will not be like a members only stream this Saturday. I'll probably begin them next Saturday. If I can set one up, I'll kind of like let everyone know the night before, like tomorrow night. I'm not sure if I have like streaming equipment where I'm going to be staying, but if I do, then possibly I'll do like that members only stream where I like ask questions or answer questions or whatever. For those of you in the Long Johnsons and Dillionaires, that is the perk or one of the perks. Get access to the members channels. Yeah, also thank you so much, Secure. If you are already a Dillionaire and you want to gain access to the private channels, there's a guide in the announcement for how to link your YouTube account, and that'll give you permissions. Where are you headed tomorrow? Out, Sahib. Use the dancing to march on your utilities provider. No, it's all right. It's a couple of weeks. My work is bad, but lots to do after that. So MOASS button before then. Thanks. There's no MOASS button. I'm gonna miss all of you guys too, but I'll see you bright and early Monday morning. I think my flight Monday morning like comes in like really early, so I should have everything set up and be ready to stream Monday morning. Just ignore those orange lines. Those are from a different time frame. Anybody's looking at that. Rockets, Diamond Hands, and Apes. Thank you so much. Um, Anonymous Ko-Fi donor. I will share the picture. This was their message. It didn't show up, but that way everyone can see it. Yes, APC, delicious. Sorry if you already answered, but what would be the rate of price increases that draw in more institutional buyers? Um, as soon as they start to think it's like, especially for ETFs, this is what interests me. For ETFs, if they see the stock running and they plan on rebalancing, I think if the stock goes above 200, they're going to be trying to actively buy in. Because they don't want like the stock to like hit 3, right? And then settle at 3. That would be their fear. And so that would allow them to buy in without like taking on additional risk. And they would be incentivized so as not to lose out on that price improvement. So this first PLC project, I'm hoping to launch capital banks will lend to me. Wouldn't it be funny if you gave me access to the members? Well, that would just piss off all the people that have paid to be a member of that Discord, right? I can't do that. Secure is the only person that is receiving free like private Discord access, and that's because of all the work he does in here every day. Yeah, but funny, I think. Nice to see we're climbing back. Oh, sorry, Pleasure. I know you've been here since the beginning, man, but thank you so much, Secure, for posting that, man. No way BlackRock is dumb enough to short this. No, but they'll lend their shares out to shorts. Yeah, Gamma ramp this week could be very good for us. So it's monetarily free, but not free. Yeah, everyone's okay. AP, it's nothing terrible. Just needs to be handled in person, unfortunately. And I actually had my flight set for tomorrow after the stream. Like I was gonna cut the stream short, but then I was notified that there was like an issue with my flight and I had to reschedule. And then this the next soonest flight was today. I'll miss all you guys too, but I'll be back. I'll be back on Monday. I'm not disappearing. Don't worry. And like I said, Friday I will be keeping on top of that Discord chat that I opened, and I'll unlock it tomorrow morning. Not relevant. Orange line rejected us. Could could be. Hold on, let me see. Could be relevant. That's the so that orange line. It might actually be showing up in the right spot, which is really weird because it never works out that way on WeBull. But if it is showing up properly, then yes. But I think we're trading a little above it already, so it might still be off. Let me see. Yeah, we're already trading. Hold on. 172.74. So that resistance line is at 172.74 right now. So possibly we're bouncing off that resistance line. So yeah, I think we did actually. Yeah, we bounced off the bottom resistance of that bull flag. Ah, I love technical indicators. I love it when they're right, and I love it when my charting software also works at the same time. Do you have a mask that says "and cream" to wear with your cookies at? No, but I wish I did. But then I would want my hat to say peaches, not cookies. Zakir also just posted the Discord invite for those of you that couldn't get it out of the description. It's there in the chat as well. If ETFs are rebalancing, say a target of having 5% of the portfolio be GME, wouldn't they be able to sell as the price went up? I mean, they wouldn't want to. They want to hold the stock to track to because they track an index, so they're not like trading. They don't trade the stocks; they hold them. For candidates, from what I found, trade on U.S. exchange, just on our own on Monday. Interesting. I've been trying to learn what a gamma squeeze is. Okay, yeah. So essentially, like, say you have strikes out of the money at like 180, 190, 200, and say 210, right? As the price approaches that, market makers have to gamma hedge, which means they have to buy shares on the open market to hedge. Whoa. Hold on. What did I just do? To hedge in the money options. Right? And so as it hits each price level, they have to buy more shares on the open market to hedge these calls becoming in the money. ITM is the symbol for in the money. And so basically what that does is if there's a lot of call volume, say there's 3,000 here, 4,000 here, 10,000 here, 2,000 here, right? As more options become in the money, they have to buy more shares, and then that drives the price up, forcing them to buy more shares, and it's kind of a chain reaction. So I hope that helps explain gamma squeezes, at least like the light version. Are we technically at an unload point if the squeeze was the squeeze at the end of a triangle? Oh no, absolutely not, because the squeeze never reached completion. It wasn't juiced. The squeeze still has to be juiced. So even though I do think that we're in the middle of a squeeze, like I think we've had the initial run up, I think we're just consolidating because they cut the run up here, right? They halted it, and that's forced this pattern of consolidation. And so when the stock breaks out again, it's actually just breaking out all over again from a much higher price point. So this was like down here, this was like $10. And then, yeah, we had that dip back down to like 40 and then came back up, and then like now we're sideways. Depends on what chart if you look at it logarithmically, it looks more like that. But yeah, essentially we're still, it looks like we just broke through that resistance line, by the way. Let me update Reddit with that real quick. All right, cool. I'm over there just doing a quick brag about how accurate my predictions are. No big deal, but they're pretty amazing. And if you guys like the channel, drop a like. That's a cool thing to do. I noticed that some of you have not, and you're in here, so why not hit that button? If you don't like the channel, leave. You could probably find something better to do with your day. Will you set homework for the weekend? I mean, you guys are all adults. You should be able to set goals and accomplish them without me telling you what to do. I always forget until you yell at me. Thanks for the like, Pickle. Like button free AF. Absolutely. You don't have to donate or give me money, but if you can like and subscribe, that's huge. I'm an adult, news to me. You underestimate my autism? Bro, I watch every day. I like someone to tell me exactly what to do. Well, fortunately for you, here, we don't offer financial advice or direct advice. Simply education and entertainment in a neat little package. Yeah, Zakir Ape's been posting homework all day. He's the TA. You can listen to him. Direct all questions about homework to Zakir Ape. That's awesome, B. Markovich. Thank you guys for the support. I appreciate that. I love having all you guys in here. I'm really sad that I'm not gonna be able to stream tomorrow. I'm pretty excited for this Friday, so if my wife is cheating on me with my godfather, what do I do? I don't know. TTM still red, Matthew Lombardi. We're still in that consolidation period. And the BBKC squeeze is still triggering. So we're still like our Keltner channels are still trading inside the Bollinger Bands. This shorted actually peaks. Does it keep going to infinity? Surely they can't cover all their shorts because not everyone will sell. We'll see. I mean, market makers could possibly produce synthetic longs near the top. The SEC, like, if it really gets up to like 10 million and stuff and locks up, then we could see like government or political pressure for GameStop to release more shares to end it. Um, like if it reaches like absurd prices, right? And then no one's selling. So like say it hits like 20 million and no one's selling. It's just flat, right? Um, there could be political pressure to end it at that point. And not just like and like everyone's like, oh, everyone lose faith in the US markets, but the political pressure would be global. Like everyone would want it over. If we got to that point. But I mean that's also assuming that absolutely no one sells. Aspect Charmer Gherkin going on vacation, leaving today. I'm not going on vacation. This is not a vacation. Believe me. No, I'm not going to stream the whole squeeze. And I wouldn't trust anybody who does. If someone's streaming the whole squeeze, I would be highly suspect that they're trying to point out exit points to people. And anybody with Apes' best interest at heart wouldn't do that. Nope, no hints. I'm simply here to provide you with the information you guys need for the squeeze. At that point, I hope that most of you will have learned enough to navigate it on your own without help. Well, that's why Porsche intervened. There were shares they couldn't find, right? There were like people were holding shares. They actually negotiated like a contract for some guy that they had to like hunt him down and find him. And he like owned like a ton of shares, but he just didn't know what was going on with the stock. And they like had to hunt him down and like get his shares off of him. And then Porsche released shares to end it. But VW was not nearly as short as GameStop. So kind of a different. Also, Porsche just completed a buyout. They didn't want the squeeze continuing. They wanted to get the short positions out and end the squeeze and carry on with business. Yeah, and people with paper hand. There's people that have no idea about like super stonk or the buy and hodl movement. There's just people who own the stock that have nothing to do with us, and those people aren't like they're not going to hold to the moon. They don't even know about the moon. There's people who own the stock that don't know about like it's not like everybody who owns the stock knows about this. And the psychology of it is insane. I don't even know how one would prepare themselves for it mentally. Jeremy. That's what screenshots are for, bro. I said Porsche. It's Porsche, not Porsche. Porsche is a name, and it's spelled like this. You have to imagine a growing portion. I mean, I'm sure, but you got to remember, man, there's boomers out there and stuff that have accounts that they've never looked at. Look up YouTube videos for how to set up hotkeys for whatever brokerage platform you're using. You can't use, you can only use hotkeys effectively for like market orders though, so be careful with that. And I still do recommend limits and stop limits as the best sell order types because they're both effectively limit sells. Not financial advice, just good trading advice in general. We plan on selling it on the moon for him, let me know, etc. B. Markovich, I've warned about this in the past. I'm gonna remove your comment. Nothing against you, dude. Um, if you are, responsible for a friend's investment, or something like that, or like a friend gave you money to buy them a share, don't talk about it on the internet. Don't talk about it in any public forum. Don't let anyone know. It's your business. Keep it private. Um, it is illegal in several states to invest money on someone else's behalf. And you're creating a liability for yourself. If you have a friend that's interested in the stock and wants to know how to buy stock, recommend them to a brokerage or a financial advisor where they can get that information. But if you are investing on someone's behalf or, doing something like that, keep it private. Don't talk about it with other people, and definitely don't talk about it on the internet. You are liable for their money at that point, and they could sue you. Why is that illegal? Because you're not a registered financial advisor with FINRA. And it depends on the state. In some states, it's not illegal, but in others, it is. So you see people talking about like investing their girlfriend's money or their friend's money. That's not legal everywhere. And you can be held civilly liable for any losses on their money. There's also tax liabilities. Wife is different. Whoa. What? What the hell? That's amazing. Guys, I just got freaking Kraft Heinz as a free stock. That's nuts. On WeBull. Literally Hellman's mayonnaise. This is the signal. We're running. Was Ken's mayo Hellman's? Do we know? Hey Pickle, can you explain the order book? It's nonsense. Don't look at it. It only tracks one it only tracks one it only tracks the NASDAQ. So like there's other like exchanges and this doesn't track them. So it's just like it's literally just lines and nonsense. Ignore it. Well, it looks like we're finding a little support on that bull flag resistance line again, so our volume's really low. I mean, I literally just got the Mayo stock. Like I'll show you guys. Look at this. Congrats. Mayo stock. MOASS imminent. Ken has ceded the Mayo to the Apes. It's not only is it a small percentage of retail orders, it's a small percentage of all the orders. Unfortunately, like yeah, the order book's pretty useless. It's nice to, the only thing that I really look for here is bid ask spread. That's useful information. And then I look for the size of the stop walls. So like these 100 walls, like these, if they don't expect resistance or upward price action, these walls are smaller. As you can see, buy side has loaded up with walls. So buy side's not going to let the price tank, and it looks like sell side's going to try to stop it from going up. Although the buy walls look stronger, as can be inferred by the size of this triangle compared to this triangle. But other than that, mostly useless information. This is now the second largest free stock I've gotten from WeBull. So I'm pretty stoked about that. ADT, Zynga, CX. Yeah. So, well, I got one good one. Kraft Heinz is awesome. Like, I'm gonna save that. Like, that's just like a good company, good growth company. And if the market crashes, their stock always goes way up. because everyone predicts like apocalypse and they sell food. Riley, I got a Starbucks free from WeBull once too. My buddy got Tesla when he signed up with like $110 account. Sorry if I'm missing anybody's questions. Just re-ask them if I did. I know chat's kind of moving along at a pretty quick pace right now. Day traders could be taking profits right now, yeah. Or the market's going down? What's the market doing? Yeah, market's coming down. So it could be like, it's probably just a combination of both of those factors. But I wouldn't worry about it. Sorry, I'm late. I was watching from my phone. Citadel has a large, long position in Heinz, as does Michael Burry, I believe. Kraft Heinz is like one of his big bets. Can you please touch the AMC squeeze button before you leave early? There's no button for the AMC squeeze, unfortunately. Although it's looking promising right now. I kind of could see it doing like a mean reversion and hitting 13 or 1350 based on this. But just remember, when you're buying this stock, you are stealing money. If you're making money on this stock, you are stealing money from more uninformed apes. So let that guilt weigh upon you as you make money off of AMC. I think they'll give out. I got a Burke A from them once. I got Burke A from Robinhood when I signed up there. I lost money on AMC, so I'm guilt free. I don't know. I feel bad for like AMC people because every time I open YouTube, I see like 15 influencers, like stock influencers, talking about how great of an investment it is and how everyone's going to make $500,000 a share. And it just makes me like sad. It's like it goes against everything I believe in. Like the lottery. Piccolino, can I get your thoughts on taxes the government would get due to MOASS? There, I don't have any thoughts on taxes. Talk to a certified tax person or a tax lawyer. They would be much better positioned to help you with that kind of question. As I suggest everyone does post MOASS, if you have made a lot of money, you should be talking to professionals that are good at handling that kind of thing. Probably several. Oh yeah, it was Burke B. Sorry, not Burke A. Correct, Jason. We know you believe in AMC, Cornub, and that's fine. I don't know. I think the YouTubers are just incentivized to push AMC. Like it's constant. I took it out of my description, like my hashtag description, because I don't even want to like have the conversation with people. Like I don't want to draw people in and then have that conversation with them every day. I know Weebull's given out Burke before. I think they did it in February. I mean, that's just because like Tyrolin, I just have to like I so if I take it out of the hashtag, and someone searches it, it won't come up. But if someone searches like stocks AMC or stocks Jamie and like they're not just only searching for AMC, then I probably won't come up. Or at least if I type AMC in the search, I don't see me if I use like a different account. Yeah, there was pretty high pre-market volume from the EU on GME today. Like big run up. Some price action for a second. Loses profits from GME. AMC has a lot of shares, yes. Have it AMC in the title of the stream, but have it and sometimes AMC. Slightly silent. Pretty sure he weekends. I would never weekend anywhere with Adam Aaron. That fucking sleazeball. And it's really hard to like hang out with that guy anyway, with like Matt Kors and Trey Trades lapping up all the sweat from his balls. Apex will buy a few thousand AMC shares just to see how it goes. Just a heads up, your short squeeze hashtag, the squeeze isn't part of it because of the space. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you, Jason. I'll fix that right now. Pop, save, done. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick because what time is it? I can wait. There's really nothing to update on unless we form a newer high. This could be a head and shoulders, by the way. Be warned. Not a great one, but it could be one. If we can break out to the upside a little more, then we can see it run up. That dude stresses me out. He yells a lot. This is a stream about shorting? No. I don't ever short anything. Cornhub. Make your own financial decisions. Yeah, but make them informed. Cornhub is the hardest believer in here in AMC. And I respect that. I respect that in a room of 800 people, you're willing to have a different opinion. And that's fine. But make sure it's an informed opinion. I think we're going to use glacial capital as disguise to cover shares and then stop making it look like the squeeze is over. Dude, I'm sure they'll try to pull out every trick in the book. Kion. They will do anything to not die. Remember that. It's I'm going to go back to my cornered animal analogy. Make your own financial decisions, but don't invest in AMC. Thanks, T Dubs. There's a lot of DD about AMC bull cases. Is any of it good? Publicly reported SI is higher. Possibly. Let's just be here with us. Positive vibes. I mean, I'm not 100% GME. Like, if people have questions about like other stocks or the market, I'm fine with that. I'm just not like into AMC, Benjamin. I haven't been this entire time. I've bought calls on it to like make money off of it running, but I haven't I have 30 shares, I think still. I haven't sold those. Cuz what if they're right? There's like I think there's probably like a less than 10% chance they're right, but that's enough chance for me to hold those 30 shares. They were only like $5. What do you think of SLGG? I don't have any opinions on it. I don't think GME is going to merge with them. What do you think that will win? Michael Burry or Elon Musk? Yeah, I found that a lot of the AMC DD, but a lot of the GME DD is confirmation bias nonsense too. Not that I don't appreciate people writing it, because occasionally there are good ones. Actual volume determines the rate of change, Ernesto Gianola. What do you think about Robin the Hood buying GME for $6.50 a share? I have no idea. How would AMC need to go for you to sell those 30? I don't know, 100K. I'll hold them. I'll hold them for like in solidarity. I don't care. If they really do get a squeeze, which I think becomes, I would have said like before the 50 million shares hit market that there was maybe like a 15-20% chance of squeeze, but after that I think it's much lower. Kramer's pumping AMC, shouldn't that be enough? Probably, but that doesn't mean it won't run, right? Didn't somebody like track Kramer's picks for like 10 years or something, and he was like up, like he beat the market or something like that? I mean, don't underestimate like Kramer's influence over the boomer market. That doesn't mean he doesn't have like power though. Just because you don't like him. You pound some Kramer stocks within a day, you get a good profit. Yeah. I mean, that's like an amazing screener though, right? Like his long term was bad, short term was really good. That's insane though, Bo. Like 68% of the time to beat the market is that's an 18% positive margin. That's like, now compound that, right? Year over year. The money's nuts. What do you use your indicators for market charts? Like don't ever knock like good information. But also that should teach you don't hold Kramer stocks for long. But don't forget they've also had like chickens choose stocks or something, and it also beat the market. Bear Stearns is fine. Don't look, guys. Bear Stearns isn't doing anything today. Perfectly normal. So this looks like a completion of that head and shoulders. Hopefully we don't trend below VWAP, but we could. I'd like to see a bounce, or even ideally a reversion before. If we can see a trend up before VWAP, that would be bullish. I don't know if we might not even have enough volume to complete a head and shoulders currently. AMC squeeze happening now. Hurry, guys. No. No, no, no. That's bullshit. AMC tested 13 and failed. Which I said like it could do like 5 minutes ago. And it did. I think it beats the market over time. There's a few things that have beat the market over time. Buffett, I think. Over like 10 years or something. Berkshire, rather. There's traders that beat the like average higher than the market over time also. My profit is like for the last 2 years is higher than the market, like significantly. But I also take on a lot more risk, right? So that's the downside to trading versus investing. Calm down, Dans. Yeah, trading would be, I mean, like, there's people that will say that trading never beats the market long term. But I know traders that have long term beat the market. I think it's very few, maybe like 5% of people who attempt day trading, but there's still some. A lot of people just consider trading like gambling though. Especially long-term investors. They're very like against it. Gherkinit, have you seen the chicken paralysis video where you draw a line in front of them and they're hypnotized by it? I have. I think they give it to you for Jeff for free for like 3 months when you sign up, but I don't know. I've paid for it once, I think. They also give you like free months all the time. They're constantly like hitting you with like free months. What's the 173 orange line? It's actually the bottom of a bull flag that we dropped out of. So if we can hold above it, we might break out to the top side of that bull flag. I've had a good 2020. I'm playing with house money now. That's good, yeah. I mean, I think it's actually like the bottom of the bull flag. It's actually like a resistance line. Or at least it's proving to be one. So I mean, like, this is where like everyone says you can't analyze a manipulated stock with TA, but I disagree. Because like if like I expect them to like short breakouts, right? And so like if we look at this, like I expect this kind of action. Like if we're forming bullish formations, I expect them to attempt to short that. And then I expect us to revert and still complete the formation, right? And so like as long as you can expect this action here, then your TA should still be valid. But if you don't understand the manipulation attached to the stock you're looking at, like if you don't understand which side is manipulating it, then it becomes like your TA would become less valid. Like it would have a lower accuracy rate. Yeah, because like for any mathematical equation, you can account for variables, right? And so it's just the same as that. Like it's a variable. But every day on Reddit, I get like 10 or 15 messages about how I'm just like shilling TA on a stock where it doesn't work. I think it's funny. And I worry, I feel like those are the people that aren't absorbing enough information, whether they like the information or not. How did I learn all of this? Like self-study, practice, Peter Dragon. How did you draw the flag part of the bull flag? So I draw it from like the peak of the pole, and then I follow the continuing trend afterwards as it forms, right? And so like the peak of the pole is right here. So our upper resistance band should cross the next high, right? Which it does. And then the lower band should cross below the peak of the pole. And so our consolidation pattern should occur within the flag, right? But because of short selling, we had a dip. And so what we're going to see is us come back into the flag and possibly break out the top. That could happen today or tomorrow that we break out of the top of the flag. But I do think we will break out of it. They tried the same thing on this one, but they didn't have the outward market pressure. So we only dipped a little below before we broke out. So this kind of went like down and then up. Yeah, Dangerous Dan. The technical analysis of the financial markets is an okay book. I like that one. I don't like a lot of the books because they're mostly like written to just sell you a book. Like the people who write the book aren't necessarily like good traders. That's why they're writing books. Because if you're like a really good trader, you're not going to go write books. There's no profit in it, right? I do have calls expiring tomorrow, Stefan. I might lose the money on them, but it's fine. I'll probably. I mean, I'm probably gonna get out of them today, but I'm currently down like $900 on them, but it's fine. I mean, those are just like I made like 3,000 or 4,000 last week from the ones that I rolled into this, so I'm still up overall, at least over the last 2 weeks on these. Benchmark points. Just got WeBull. I'm curious. How do you identify these horizontal benchmarks? Those are I mean like these, like the 170, these are just psychological resistance levels. Like 170, 180, 162.5. Those are just so like people on stream can see like support resistance, but price target for today, I'd like to see us close above 180. That would be the ideal completion of the pattern I predicted. Or at least a close fighting for 180. Yeah, Alux. Most people are just looking for confirmation bias. TA with Pickle Show. The funny thing is, like, anybody who's ever read any of my stuff or watched my stream knows that I am absolutely not a shill. If nothing else, I am not a shill. How many days back? Should I set an anchored swap line on TradingView? Anchored swap line. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, are you just talking about like a support line? You could set it from like the interweek low. Thoughts on merger rumors? I don't have any, Kendrick. I don't think GME is looking to merge. They could. It would trigger a squeeze, possibly, but I don't think they will. I think they're looking to become like they're good. I think they're looking to spend their capital on rolling out a distribution network because like if they acquired somebody that would eat into their capital that they need to shift into e-commerce, which would ultimately be a bad thing. Morning, Peeler. What's the most profit you made from a single day of day trading? Hmm. Probably like 20, 28. I had other trades that day, but 28,000 from a single trade was the most I've ever made. What are your thoughts about fellow apes theory about DFE and RC meme tweets? I don't really have any. I don't think like I don't need to read into like people's cryptic tweets in order to know that like this is a good stock. 28,000 so far. I mean, based on my like current cost basis, GME is my best trade ever, right? Because I have like almost 80 in the money options, right? Currently. So GME is like my best trade ever. Like but it's not really a trade because I've been holding it for months. Peeler, welcome to Cornishon, dude. Thanks for joining up, man, and becoming a member. I appreciate that. I don't know. I ignore like a lot of that stuff. Like all the like cryptic DD tweet memes and uh like 90% of the DD out there. Like anytime somebody starts their DD with all capital letters and a link to another DD, I just immediately leave. I don't need bullshit to hype me up. Like I'm hype enough. If I got any more hype, like there'd be problems. And all that's just based on like fundamental facts. So why would I need like nonsense to convince me of my position? I caught the favorite 800 into 20K. I keep chasing that high. Nice poops the bed. How do you get all your options when you're down? You wait for a ideally you'd wait for a peak and try to capitalize as much on that as possible. That's my plan for the options I'm holding today is I'm going to wait for any kind of ideally any kind of run up and then I'm going to attempt to convert that momentum into 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 like less loss. Short hedge fund PSYOP division intern. Welcome to the Billionaires Club, dude. You've infiltrated. I appreciate the membership so much, man. Thank you. Remember always, guys, that even a like or a subscribe is enough support. If you can do more, it's greatly appreciated as it helps the channel keep doing what it does. But if you can't, never feel obligated. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Naming scheme with Ken Griffin. It's not worth any stocks you did, but that's some interesting wordplay. Love the I haven't seen anything on that cutter. I hate TD that references. Yeah, they are building their own house of cards, Jason. I don't like that either. Like, if you can't find valid information for the hypothesis you're creating, it's already you're already putting yourself in a bad position. Like, if you have to use someone else's hypothesis to support yours, but that's just the internet nowadays, right? Like, everything's just an echo chamber. That's also why I let AMC people in here, or like talk to them, or I'm willing to acknowledge it, is because like I don't want this to be an echo chamber where we all just convince ourselves of the glory that is GME. I want other people to come in here with their ideas about why it's a shitty investment. I wish that would happen more often. Use Warren's DD to do that, right? Cool. When did I use Warden's DD? I've referenced Warden's DD as like a anchor point that people would recognize, but then changed it to suit what my own technical analysis was because I didn't think his was as accurate. How's AMC approaching 14 when it hasn't even hit 13? Yeah, what's AMC doing? Not a lot. I mean, it's going up. It's in an upwards trend off VWAP. It looks bullish, honestly. Would I buy it? Probably not. What are the downside chances of this stock? I don't know yet. I haven't really been convinced of any. I think we're trading slightly above the absolute floor of 157. And I'm like, I don't know, more than 60% sure that we're going to see a massive short squeeze. I didn't steal his idea of the short staircase. Don't even start with me on that, all right? He stole my idea and then called it a staircase. And then people just liked that because he was more popular than I was. Not only that, right? Like, I didn't really care about that. I wasn't too pissed. But I was pissed. I was pissed about VWAP. Like, how dare he talk about VWAP? Double DT trauma. He doesn't. He couldn't begin to understand the powers of VWAP. I'm not starting any beef. I'm like I give a shit. Martin's copies Gherkin's test. I think it's a higher score when they both hand them in. There's a gear in the lower left-hand corner. Someone trying to figure out how to get dark mode on WeBull again. No, I've never had a Pickle G snow cone. It's okay, Planter. He deleted it. He deleted the things he said about VWAP. He took them back. Small bull flag? I mean, it's kind of a bull flag. It's more of a pennant. So see how the low is the same? Right? This could break out, though, to the upside. I don't think it has very good odds. It's like 52%, if I'm not mistaken. So really slim. I mean, it's a gamble which side it breaks to. And our volume's so low that I don't have a lot of confidence. Tribbing and brining your chicken and pickle juice. I heard that's the secret to Chick-fil-A. That sounds like the secret to kidney disease. I mean, that's just like the percentage of a breakout for that formation, Lars. You can extrapolate on that percentage by determining like other variables that are at play. And there are mathematical formulas for figuring it out, but I don't know them. I understand it by like feel, I guess, is the best way to. I mean, like, I can do the math, I just don't know the formula. And I can give you like an exact, like, probability ratio for a breakout to the upside. 54.87. Yeah, so there. I predicted the 2% decrease because of low volume per Kia. I was close. Thank you, Kirk, for babysitting us every day. You got it, Nathan. $52, $54. Same thing. On stream, but what time frame do you personally use Ichimoku on? Usually 1 or 5 minutes, Joseph. If it creeps up, they will push it down. Yeah, that I, I really don't like to use that indicator on stream because talk about just confusing everybody. Yeah, I would say with the low volume that we're experiencing and also like the choppiness of this previous high, that like the breakout probability to the upside is lower than like so like whenever you read like if you look at like TradingView and you look up like the probability for like upside breakout or whatever on a given formation, remember that that's like on that formation forming perfectly, and formations don't usually form perfectly on low volume. You won't say that when GME is worth 52 or 54. Gherkin, DD, or A? What do you mean, Bo? Chart looks like the MOASS just zoomed out. If Dogecoin's any indicator in how the US runs stocks up, EU people are way more diamond handed. Like every night, Dogecoin would run up in the EU markets and then it'd hit the US markets and everybody would sell. Can you draw some lines on SPY so it turns around? I'd like it to drop, but whatever. My other calls are like, my other VIX calls are like way, way out. So I'd only lose these two, which is fine. Yeah, don't bring up Israel and Palestine in here. If you have feelings about it, go discuss them in a forum designed for that. Yeah, crypto is 24/7. But the vast majority of trading occurs during like business hours per region. So like most of the US trading occurs during like US business hours. Most of the EU trading occurs during the EU hours. Oh, the system of Bikini Bottom is lacking to say the least. Too tone for my joke. I'm gonna update Reddit with the pennant, and I'll let them know that we have a 54% chance of breaking out. Oh, that was ugly. I'm gonna redraw that so it's less ugly. If you guys haven't gotten a chance yet, please drop a like. It helps the channel out. And if you want to see more of our content, subscribe. And as always, if you want to help support the channel, there's a variety of donation options available to you. Not necessary, but it does help out a lot. And dislikes today? That's awesome. You're gonna stream to billionaires for MOASS? I am not Eric Murley. There's no amount of money that's gonna get me to stream MOASS at the peaks. SI percent is unknown. Say hedge funds get out already and resale is buying, buying, buying. Isn't resale just betting against itself, which is shown by low volume? Michael Brown, yeah, I mean, like, sure, it's a possibility, but I don't know where they would have covered. Like, there's no data in the price action of the charts that shows that the previous short positions were covered. Based on like the daily short interest since this began in January, it would appear that they have just continued to short the whole time. As our short interest has been like 30% above or higher and has been escalating every day since March. And now we're sitting at like 65% of the volume traded every day is short. I don't think that's the case. Is there a certain amount you'll go, nope, I'm out? No. I'm just going to play the technicals. I'm not really looking at prices or price targets. I think it's best to not look at the price too much because once it gets really high, the psychological impact is going to be intense. Those Bollingers have gotten hella close, less than $1 between the top and bottom. Yeah, it's really getting ready to explode. I know, Dan. RH transfers of partial shares costing 500 at times. I mean, they're probably buying them in blocks. I think that's the cost of the like whatever block they purchase, and then that partial share is being taken out of that block. Partial shares are weird. I don't think they're buying the shares at $500 a share. Or they might be. I don't know. Also remember that like all those screenshots can be photoshopped. No, you don't need to invest in anything to receive the 2 free stocks. You'll get them like pretty much right away. Smiling just because. Well, thank you for that support, man. I appreciate that. Does the 300 billion repo at 145 mean anything? Not necessarily. It looks like we're breaking to the downside of this. I mean, I don't paper out, right, Word fam? Like here is the so if I saw this exact formation in the MOASS, which I expect to, um, I would be selling some of my position here, but not all of it, right? And then I would wait for this trend to continue and see if that goes back up, because that does happen. But this would be an exit for some. But I mean, I even in day trades, I never really sell 100% of any position all at once. It's like a good way to miss out on profits. Maybe share info if you think a particular peak is a fake peak. Well, peaks aren't fake, right? They can just break up, right? Like as was discussed earlier, like these pennants have a 54% chance of breaking to the upside. So like even though I'm selling 10% of my position here, if this breaks to the upside, right? Then another peak will form. And then I can move out of a partial position there at the end of that. And then if that breaks up again, like, right? But I've never sold all of my position. So that way I'm maximizing my profits. What's an exit? What does sell mean? This is for like just examples for the MOASS of like my exit strategy. Yeah, I have 10 shares that I'm going to keep probably forever. Unless we hit like $1 billion a share or something. Like some number that I can't like mentally negotiate myself out of. Because like not only are they're like locked up and it's gonna like be hard for me to sell them. I have to like make a bunch of phone calls and fax something. But also just because like I want to see how high it'll actually go. Do you have a pause my last button next to the one? No, silly. There's no buttons. I have IBS, so my gut's not a good source. Consolidating peaks during the run up. Yeah, you can see them during the run up, but not likely until so like after the margin calls, it's mostly just going to be up. There's not going to be any peaks, right? Until volume, like until buy volume can be exceeded by sell volume, we're not going to see these formations occur. And that would tell you that like the hedges have started like actually covering. Like that's the beginning of their covering. But the price can keep going up from that point on. And that's why it's not like oh, you see the first peak, you sell everything, right? Because that would be misinformed, because other hedges can come in and they may have to like start buying, and that could run the price up even more. Like I predict that my first exit is actually only going to be like the first time I make any exit of my share position is only going to be in order to exercise in the money options that I'm holding. while there's still some liquidity. I just got vaccinated and have a sudden urge to buy Microsoft stock. Yeah, how's your 5G reception there? Put me on selling my options. Not sure if I want to try on exercise. The chip is working. Could be. Yeah, it could be another sideways day, Matthew. That's the thing, though, is you never know. Would you not instantly get your shares if you exercise? It depends when you exercise. If you're trying to exercise at like, so once we hit the peak, then it's just like hedges searching for shares, right? Um, and so like I'll probably exercise some on the way up, like at a high price point, in order to ensure that there's shares available to exercise, so that like my options get filled. And then if not, I'll just like I'll sell the contracts. Like if I can't fill my first block, then I might sell some of the contracts for like the intrinsic value. But I think I'll be able to exercise. I don't think it'll be an issue. Here's a picture. When you reach 100, the queens give you a telegram. When you reach 16, Prince Andrew sends you a text message. Lol. Does he wait till 16, Nick Reed? I mean, I could. No, I wouldn't be able to exercise in the 600 range. Because, like, the only way I would exercise is if I could sell one share for the value of one option. Like, one contract. That's how I intend to exercise my options in during the MOASS. And so I think my option block starts at like 40. Like my spread starts at 40. And so I would have to be able to sell one share for 4,000 at a minimum. And then I'd have 100 shares. Right? So I'd be effectively turning my one share into 100 share, increasing the weight of my share position on the way up. So, I'm pretty sure that will emphasize the squeeze, because I'd be locking up more shares on retail side on the way up. At a point which people can't FOMO in, right? Like no one's FOMOing in at $4,000 a share, and so like that way, like, and I think other people that also do that are going to be kind of extending that FOMO point by doing that. Next week. Yeah, see you later, Mark Haley. Occam's Pickle. Yeah. And so, like, I think if I can do that at a high enough price point, and I think, like, other, like, well-versed traders will be doing similar things. I think, like, because I think FOMO will cut off about at about $1,000, right? Like, we're not going to see as much. We're definitely not going to see retail FOMO at this point, right? But hopefully margin calls have begun. And so that way I can, like, by, like, exercising those options at, like, 4,000 and 48, that or 4,800 and 6,500 and 7,500, I'll be able to like continue that FOMO push up to much higher price points, right? Because I'm going to be buying shares, like I'm going to be buying 100 block of shares for $7,500 instead of the trading price of one share. I'm going to be buying 100, and so that's at least my plan. And I'm hoping that there's a lot of people doing that, and I think that's what's going to really push us like into the stratosphere is those calls, or also those getting like hedged, because they may not be like fully, they may, some of them may be fully hedged, but they may not be. They should be, right, Jeff? But the liquidity is so low. The question is, can they, right? Can they hedge it without creating synthetic shares? Well, because the risk is so high to create liquidity on shares that volatile. Detective Dan. Yeah, they probably are. But at $1,000, will that liquidity have dried up? Like, will they have had to use those, or $4,000? Will they have had to use those shares to cover other positions? That's the question. I bought them in February for the most part. I have two at $15 that I bought in December for also for August. Hypothetical numbers made me so happy. Honestly, didn't imagine those price points. Like you say they're hedged, right? But like say there's like 20,000 contracts, right? Um that day that are like in the money. And not just like that expiry week, right? Like also the longer expiry positions, like the leaps. Like however many contracts are in the money, that's like what? Uh so that's 2 million shares they'd have to have like hedged right away, right? And with that amount of buying pressure on the market, like I don't know if they can like hold those just to cover, because like the chances of options getting exercised is really low. And so like they may not be fully hedged. I don't know. Or if they're hedged with hypothetical shares. Yeah, they're only hedged to a certain percentage. Like they don't hedge 100% of in the money call options. Although mine are pretty deep in the money, so they could be. But what about all the other contracts that are going to be coming in that they also have to hedge? Yeah, they would have to take up the entire float just hedging the contracts. And so that's like my goal is to, I'm hoping that like that option FOMO is going to like continue to ramp as they attempt to like, cuz those like nobody, like the exercise rate for calls is super low. And so like if they're only hedged like at like 14% or whatever, and those all start getting exercised, that means they have to buy up that other 86% of the stock in order to cover those. And so that's going to create like a whole nother entity FOMOing in on top of these margin calls. I think it's possible, Benjamin. I do think it's possible. How do I plan on optioning? Well, I expect it'll be difficult for them to like. I expect the liquidity will be difficult, and that's why I'm hoping that like if I'm doing it down around like $4,000, right? That like if I'm exercising at like, hold on, at like 4,000, then by the time we hit like hundreds of thousands or millions, right? My exercise will have been filled. So I'm hoping that like because the time between these could be like days, right? So I'm hoping that my options will get filled by the time we reach those price levels. And then I've just like based on my options contract, I've increased the size of my position by like 7,000% on the way up for like a fraction of the cost. So you're selling options based on price targets, not based on drying up liquidity. No, I'm exercising options at price targets, Sage. Expecting dried up liquidity. Yeah, it could be another low volume day. No, I have enough in my account that I don't have to wait for the cash to. In the accounts where I have those options, I have enough money that I don't have to wait for the cash to settle. Like I might get a couple like good faith violations, but I don't care at that point. But no, I don't think I will. Unless I sell those shares the same day, which I don't think will happen, right? Because I think it'll take several days just for the shares to come into my account. And so by then it'll be like T+2 and I'll be fine. Well, no, because look, like if I sell. So, I'm gonna have. Hold on. I'm having weird issues with Epic Pen again. So if I sell one share at like let's use my lowest example, so like 4,000, and exercise one contract at 4,000 for $4,000, right? I expect this will because of liquidity. I expect this will take several days to like come into my account, like at least T+2, right? And so that will give plenty of time for this to settle. I don't think the squeeze is going to be like 2 days. It's going to be several days long. That's what the SPY does. It just when it goes up, it just keeps going up. There was like good news this morning. When do your call options expire? August. All of them are in August now. Did you have the MOASS button? Because if I exercise now, then the exercising of my contracts has less impact on the MOASS itself. Yeah, I also need the capital to exercise. I don't have the money to exercise. Like I could only exercise a small portion of the options currently. Yeah, I'm not on margin. What was that squeeze you looked at yesterday? I think it was like a week. Peter Bowman. But it also got delisted like in the middle of its squeeze. So we start the MOASS at market open. How much could the price technically increase in one day with halts? I think up to like 50 or 60,000 is the record currently, Connor Narowski. Like the record is, I think the record for one day is 28,000%. For like a 1 day increase, which would put us like in the 60 or 70,000 range. Volume on trading days was pretty random. VW had to dip because of the financial crisis, not because of the short attacks. Possibly, yeah. Also, I wouldn't compare VW squeeze with this one. The short interest was way lower. It has a lot of different fundamentals. Good chance you can reinforce the squeeze. Well, will take days plus, especially with circuit breakers. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, yeah, but I'm like, ideally, when paper handlers are selling out, the orders they're selling are fulfilling like me and other options holders, like in the money contracts, right? Because those still have to be satisfied. Yeah, I think time is on our side. We are, all we have to do is wait, right? Like they can try to bore us to death, but essentially the only thing we really need to do is wait. I mean, DFV waited like a year and a half, and he's still waiting, right? That's exactly right, KO. I'm entitled to those shares. Whoever sold them to me has to find them. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Porsche had all the stock, and so they could be negotiated with. So for clarity on my first question, I can't afford to exercise any options, so I bought far expiration FDs and plan on selling those contracts in order to afford my close expiration not out of the money options. Close expiration not out of the money options. You mean in the money? ITM? I don't what's NOTM? I'm not sure. FDs. Like fixed deposit? French deals. Near out the money? Are you talking about fixed deposits? Or like financial derivative? Which, like, FTs is just an old WSB slang for really out the money options that usually mess up. Oh, I see. So you're like, you're intending to like sell the volatility on far out of the money options in order to exercise near. Well, I mean, at that point, like, how far out of the money would those options be? Right? So like if you have like, say you have like 250 strikes and 800 strikes, like you're going to use the implied volatility from these to exercise these? Is that what you're saying? Bro, do you even WSB? I honestly have never heard the term FD. Sounds like lottery tickets. I mean, yeah, so you have IV gains, financial delight. I mean, but if we're past 250, like putting these in the money, right? Wouldn't you want to see if it runs to 8? Like, wouldn't you want to wait and see if those hit, if those become in the money at that point? Because, like, I mean, that's like the launch pad is like 250. There's not a lot of like resistances past that point. Like, if we shoot through 250, like 800's definitely in the cards. I've never heard the term FD before. I really haven't. I don't know how that's like a gap in my knowledge, but it is. I've seen it written as like talked about as like IV plays or like FTOMs. 800 end of day. I didn't say that. Or like 0 DTEs, but like okay. Fade decay. Or a way to get effed in the eye. Yeah. Should I can't tell you what to do with your spy call. IJP. I mean, you're up. That's good. It could keep running. If it breaks like 1-4-16 resistance, you might see a further increase. Like it's running pretty hard. This looks bullish. Like it's got basically no downside. So I mean, it could fail at the 416 resistance. So watch that. I would say if you see it failing, but it doesn't look like it's gonna. It looks like it's gonna push through. $6.90 end of day. I just want to exercise the FTs with sky high MOASS share price. Yeah, okay. I mean I understand what they are. I've just never heard the slang. Bull trap on spy? Maybe. I know previously when the spies run hard and like when it's tanked hard, it's run hard before. Actually, the player sold half the FTs of the money to exercise a few not out of the near out of the money, and the other half FTs in the thousands or when liquidity to sell those contracts is drying up. Yeah. I mean, I think you just want to make sure that you exercise early enough in the squeeze that you have time for the liquidity to come in to fill the exercise. Like, because I feel like if you wait till like the peaks to exercise, like it may be too late and the liquidity is going to be super dry. So like that way you have a lot more time for your contract like to fill, right? Does that make sense, Sage? Is that what you mean? FD are usually your weeklies. Yeah, I've got the gist of the slang now. I also Robinhood post today. How does the broker transfer affect people's taxes? It shouldn't. The only thing that should affect your taxes is if you sell. But again, not a CPA. For it, you can sell them on margin. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, that's different for me because I'm not on margin. But like margin requirements could get real tricky in the upper parts of the squeeze stage. That's something that would scare me. And that's why I took the margin off the accounts that I have or had margin on. Like a margin available. I never used it, but yeah, I mean technically you should be able to sell them on margin before they fill, which would leave you in a more advantageous position to leave at a higher price point. But I only have cash accounts now. So for me, I need the time for the liquidity to come in to fill. I also need time for like the cash to settle. Yeah, don't do that. Poops the bed. I know you're a CPA, but like it's I could say it's probably inadvisable to give out that kind of advice over the internet. Just from a like legal standpoint, liability. You didn't have to delete his message, but yeah. Big price drop just before the squeeze begins. It could happen. They could try. I don't know how successful they'll be based on my other theories. I don't think they could get us much below like 157. Like maybe if they really tried to push it down, we could maybe hit like 130 ish. Yeah, my options are getting slammed pretty hard too. That's also like theta. Just remember, everybody that wasn't in here earlier, the stream today will be ending at 2 o'clock. I have a family emergency that I have to take care of. So I will be flying out today. Um, for tomorrow, there will be no stream or live charting. I will have a live like Discord chat available. I mean, I'll be monitoring the markets, but I won't be like as available as normal. But if you have any questions or concerns or things you want to know about, you can reach me in the Discord for tomorrow, and then I'll be back Monday morning. I'm an attorney, but I certainly would. Yeah, exactly, General Kenobi. Tomorrow will be the day you don't stream, guaranteed. Probably. That's my kind of luck. I'll have to like try to navigate a short squeeze on a cell phone. But no, I mean we'll have time. I'm not worried about that. I have to go do work stuff for a while. Have a safe trip, Kirk. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'll see you later, Vic. I'm susceptible who's gonna guide our day now. I think you guys will be okay for one day. I'm sure I'll lose like a chunk of my audience, but I have to do it. I don't have a choice. Yeah, those options expire tomorrow. I doubt I'll carry them into tomorrow currently. We could be forming like a reverse head and shoulders below VWAP here. If we see a nice like bounce. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Nice try, Paca. You won't lose nearly as much as you think for missing one day. I know some of you guys are true pickles. Deep down, you're salty and brined. Thank you, Tambourine. There's way too much pedigree in a channel about drying pickles during work hours. He said paid, so it keeps track of profit and loss. connections in the MOASS. Yeah. Mimic Diamond Hands here, and I will be here to the end and beyond. I mean, that should tell you something, right? Like, I hate everything, but I love this stock. Homework package. Thanks, Secure. I'll consider drawing a rocket at around 1 o'clock. Awesome, Ray. I think this channel most appeals to those that are cynical about the stock, but want their bias confirmed by facts. Try a rocket before I leave for the day. I'll think about it. Still holding to your 180 test? I'd still like to see the test of 180. I mean, obviously, it looks less likely in this price range. It's like down here. But that's still the action I'd like to see for the day. I mean, they could push it out till Friday. I think the chart allows for that, right? Like it could be Friday when we see the breakout to 180. Because this is Friday. This is today. But it's only 12. Like we have a lot of time today. Today is but just begun. And everything's recovering to the upside, so I mean, why shouldn't we? What do you think the volume is? Other places. Like Bitcoin's coming back, so there's probably like money pouring into that. The SPY's coming back, so I'd imagine people are buying in that sold. Remember, on the data, unless we're ripping, we're definitely not the most interesting thing happening in the market right now. This is just looks weak. Continued downtrend. Whoa. Um, Hold on. I'm just updating Reddit real quick, guys. I think we could see a new intraday low. All right. What's the iBarra looking like right now? Let's see. Still just the 100K they initially borrowed. Any change on Fidelity, guys? Anybody has a Fidelity margin account? Actually, BT, I talked about it and it started dipping. Euro Gorillionaire. I can't do a stream. Unfortunately, I work in the office. 261K. Okay, so if you borrowed over there too. Yeah, iBorrow hasn't updated. Well, it hasn't changed its amount. You have to have a Fidelity margin account, and it's in like Active Trader under the ticker. How do I set WeBull to dark mode? There's a settings on the bottom left corner. Are you using the web app or the... I don't know how to do it in the web app, but if you're using the desktop app, there's a settings button in the bottom left corner. If you're using the web app, Courtney, just Google it, I guess. I'm sure the information's out there. Sorry, even now, putting more money in. Give us Long Johnsons or give us death. Yeah, a turnaround would be nice, but this isn't looking very, very good. Although we could bounce. Let me see. Where's the price interest at? All the price interest is like below. I mean, there isn't even that much down there either. 167 maybe. We also have like 1.44 million volume today. Step 1, close WeBull. Step 2, open. Shh, Dan. You stop shilling TD Ameritrade in here. I haven't gotten my cut yet. TA World is a flaccid Johnson, yeah. Well, this is a failed test at VWAP with zero buy support. Although it doesn't look like we're going to hit a new low, but close. The new low is down here. At 160.80-ish. I don't know. It might just keep sagging. Like, it could just sag all the way down. The next resistance is 162.50, just so you guys know. Although 165 is held pretty strong in the past. Patiently waiting. I mean, I also want to get out of my options. But hopefully, if we do get a run up, it's voluminous and kicks up the IV a bit. I sent you a message on Reddit. You'll want to check it. Yeah, I'm aware of that, Dr. Superb. That's just a requirement because I don't have LLC. But thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys could hit the like and you haven't got a chance, that's a huge help. I'm actually going to take a quick restroom break while we're not really doing anything. It looks like we're turning around a little bit, so we'll see if we can make it back up above 170. Volume might be coming in a touch. I'm seeing like buy walls getting erected. So this is something like level 2 is useful for. Is like you starting to see all these buy walls pop up. Um, that's decent information to have. Bid ask spread is like 30 cents right now. So if we climb, we could climb pretty fast. All right. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate that. All right, guys, I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick. I will be right back. Um, See you in a second. Hey, I'm back. What's up, guys? I see the cats, Ian. How's everyone doing? Are they required to give voting numbers? Is there a precedence for this? Yeah, shares get overvoted a lot. They're not required to do a recall, but they can. That's why I said I don't like that everyone's like pinning their hopes so much on like the shareholders meeting. It could be good, it might not be. It doesn't matter. The ad I got was about bananas. What ad? Oh, did it play an ad? So I think like it auto plays ads if I turn my mic off. If like my mic is silent for a given period of time, like it'll auto play an ad. I missed you so much. That was a terrible few minutes. Don't leave today or tomorrow. I can't help it, man. I don't want to, believe me. Level 2 include options that can be exercised? No. I mean, some of the 100 like buys and sells you might be seeing might be options being exercised. But also like 100 is a really it's like the base block size order. So like usually shares are sold in batches of 100. And it used to be that like if you bought like less than 100 shares, you had to wait until a block went through and your shares would be included in that. So like brokerages used to like combine all the shares into blocks of 100 and that's how they would move them through the market. I don't get any ads. That's called ad block, Evan Ricardo. Is impossible to watch. They just took the Super Song interview from Tuesday and are hyping it as the reason AMC will go to the moon. Jesus Christ. Is it even about AMC? Or they're just like twisting it? Thanks for this. Thanks for the ad watching support, guys. It does actually help, believe it or not. Thank you so much. I've actually like just gotten in like some ad data from like the first day I was monetized. And it looks like it's like okay. I mean it's like, I don't know, like $40 for the whole day of like from ads for like a day of streaming, which isn't bad. I expected it to be like way less. Is there a way to screen stocks with unusual volume spikes? Maybe not. Um if you want to get a screener, like I don't know how good WeBull's screener is. I think you can screen for volume. Um Maybe not. No, Webull Screener lets you sort things, but like you could probably only sort by like volume or I don't even know if you can sort by IV on here. So yeah, probably want to get a better screener than what Webull offers. I would recommend the one I usually use, but they have reached out to me via email to sponsor their product and now I don't like them anymore. So I might be looking for like a new screener. Cause like if they're so desperate that like a YouTuber with like 2,500 followers is their go-to for advertising, I'm a bit worried about the quality of their product. Situation which votes being aware of the float does not catapult us. They don't issue a share recall, Moon. But they could just let the public know that the count is over without issuing a recall, and that could be enough to catapult us as long whales scramble in to squeeze the shorts. Like if long whales have confirmation of the short position being over 100%, they will dive on this. Must now when you turn the mic off because the ads are coming. Yeah, I think it does. I've been like, so I have like a friend who works in like SEO and like works a lot with like YouTube stuff, and he's been helping me out a little bit when he can. Like he's a busy guy, but he's like also like a GME holder, and so like he's doing what he can to like help the stream out. But he I've actually had some other people reach out to me as well, and I might be getting back to them like over the weekend or something. As like he's kind of too busy to help me all the time. But yeah, he told me that like YouTube will like dump ads when you like mute your mic or whatever. That's like part of their like algo for live streaming. I work in marketing to tell you micro influencers are the hot new thing, but I totally get your skepticism. Yeah, I don't know. Their offer was shady, and like I understand that like a micro influencer might be the hot new thing, probably because it's cheap, right? It's cheaper to advertise with them than like big influencers, because big influencers have gotten too full of themselves, and they're like demanding higher prices and probably like banding together to demand higher prices. But I have dignity, so I'm not going to take their garbage offer of shilling their product, and then also probably going to no longer use their product. So I'm actually on the hunt now for a new scanning tool. They state their public shorts are closed. Yeah, but like they don't have a lot of public shorts. No short position has it. Like it's just like a nonsense like statement, right? Like, oh, we've closed our public like the shorts that where the information is available to the public. Yeah, I want to know about their short shorts because they do not declare short positions. If you start calling the baby Professor Meatball and feeding him for donations, I'm out. I want to do that so bad now, Detective Dan. Oh, that's for the fans, Ben D. Shaft. Me and Bruce are in talks. We're gonna call it Pickle and a Bagel. And it's just gonna be stop motion animation of putting pickles through bagels. Yeah, it's just a misleading title. They exited their puts because those are public information. And they also exited their puts because they've now disclosed their 13F to their shareholders for the quarter, and now they want all their short shares back. Well, Bruce reads out donations. This is pickles and bagels, risque stuff on YouTube. But it's G rated, Ray. Me getting angry and cursing isn't though, which I need to work on because YouTube is like, stop doing that. Although I think they care more about it in like uploaded video content than they care about it in the streams. I mean, if you look at the 13 Fs right now and look at like who's holding like massive in the money put positions, you can have a pretty good clue as to like, or call and put positions. You can have a pretty good clue as to like who's sitting where on the stock. Maybe better than we've ever had. Yeah, they could transfer shorts to other entities, possibly. Kind of hard, but I don't know exactly how they could do it, but I'm sure it's possible. YouTube cares more about cursing. Yeah, they don't like the cursing. Well, they don't care. They just don't want it to be excessive. And I haven't cursed to my usual level, I don't think. So I think I'm doing okay. Make sure you hit that MOASS button before you leave it too today. Make sure you guys hit that like button, and I'll search around my computer and see if I have any other buttons that can be pressed. Don't yawn, dude. Makes me sleepy. I can't help it, man. Low oxygen causes yawning. Clearly, the air conditioner and HEPA filtration system that I have right next to me aren't providing me with enough oxygen. I'll trade you one, like, not worth it. I'm not taking that deal, Moonwind. You gotta up the ante. What's the orange line? It's the bottom of the bull flag, Hamlap. It's like the bottom resistance line for the bull flag that I was looking at. Whilst we're moving sideways, what's your favorite film? Tough. Like, I have different lists. Favorite film quality wise, or favorite film like just for pure indulgence? You just want to, well, you just don't want to hit it, so we'll come back next week. I mean, if I hit it and the MOASS started, I would immediately garner 90% of stock viewers on YouTube and attention from the SEC if there was a button to hit. Unfortunately, there's not. Few employees are monitoring the stream. They're too busy learning and buying into Jamie to care about inappropriate behavior. Not sure. Clearly a YouTube employee. Both. Okay, so for pure indulgence, my absolute favorite movie is Boondock Saints. For quality, it's tough. Huh. There's a few. Um, it's either like North by Northwest or maybe The Departed. I really like The Departed. That's like one of my favorite movies. Master of Disguise is definitely on the indulgence list. Damn it, Zakir, I didn't see what you said. Are you our shepherd? The Departed? Do I have to say it in a Bostonian accent? I feel like I'm getting the point across. Memento? I'll pass. Even the like thesis behind that movie is retarded. Like every day he needs to remember something, he goes and like spends all day at a tattoo parlor getting it tattooed to his body. It's absurd. Fight Club's a good movie. The book's way better, but I caution people to read about reading the works of that author, as they can get quite graphic and disgusting. There Will Be Blood's an excellent movie. No Country for Old Men. I love Guy Ritchie movies, but those I think are more of an indulgence than an actual measure of quality. I actually thought Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was really good. That came out recently. I like The Dark Knight. I don't know how like quality of a film it is. Human Centipede 2 definitely doesn't make the list. Home Alone. I actually like the second Home Alone better. But that's because like when I was a kid, I think it was like more applicable to me because I lived in New York City. Gangs of New York's an amazing movie. Triple Top? What's your favorite Studio Ghibli movie? Howl's. Garrett. Definitely. Or Princess Mononoke. Is it Mononoke? I think it is. I think that's right. I like that movie a lot too. Trading Places, Eddie Murphy. We didn't ask what movie was most applicable to our current situation. Daily MacD. Probably expanding. I'll look. Yeah, still in an expansion. So our like I mean, all the like long-term indicators pointed us being like pushed towards bull side. So Blank Check. That was a silly movie, but I liked it as a kid. It was fun. The original Blade Runner, yeah, good. I like the original Blade Runner. Dune, I like the book a lot, but the movie, it's okay. I'm excited for the new Dune movie whenever that comes out. Favorite Disney film? Um, it's tough, right? Because like my childhood crush is Belle from Beauty and the Beast. Um, but then I would say in order, it's probably Sword in the Stone, Little Mermaid, and then Beauty and the Beast. Yeah, Beauty and the Beast. Well, hold on, maybe not Beauty and the Beast. I haven't seen the animatronics at Disney Japan. Black Hawk Down's good. Is it like again better book? Saving Private Ryan's pretty awesome. Dunkirk was really good. I was actually surprised at how good Dunkirk was. I thought it would be like it was. I don't know. It was weird. Like I liked it a lot, but it was kind of boring. Had you pegged as a Fantasia kind of guy? There's parts of Fantasia I like. Black Cauldron's really good, but yeah, it did go under the radar. It was really boring, Eddie, but at the end of it, I felt like I liked it. It left me in like a weird position mentally. Like I was like, wow, I've just been really bored for 3 hours, but I think I enjoyed being bored for 3 hours. What's my favorite book? Oh, Lord of the Rings. and the Hobbit. Like, without a doubt, I've read that more than any other book. I've read that like at least 6 times in my life. And then like after that, the Sword of Shannara series. Dunkirk. Have you read the Silmarillion? Yeah, parts of it. I haven't read it like all the way through. It was kind of boring. I don't want to get into LOTR trivia. Terry Brooks was amazing. My indulgent books are like the R.A. Salvatore, like Drizzt Do'Urden books. But those are all like fantasy. There's other books that I like as well that aren't. I've never read the Stormlight Archive. My favorite LOTR character is Dobby. Dune's definitely one of my favorite books. How long was Bilbo's Long Johnson? Well, let's say if he lost a leg, he'd still have two left. Have you read the Ender series? Yeah, and I wasn't a huge fan. I know that people absolutely love Ender's. The books infinitely better than that awful movie they made, but um, I did not love them. To Kill a Mockingbird is one of my favorite books. I absolutely despise Catcher in the Rye. Before people start with that one, The Phantom Toll Booth, also one of my favorite books. I like Kurt Vonnegut. He's like not my favorite, but I like him. Fahrenheit 451's a good book. That's not Kurt Vonnegut, but I like that book. How to Destroy Hedge Funds 101. Technical analysis of the financial markets. Count of Monte Cristo is definitely in my top 10. I like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's more like fun. Bilbo had a Hobbit kickstand. Thank you so much, Tangy Bits, for the donation, man. Favorite Nicolas Cage role? Oh, it's Gone in 60 Seconds. And I know that's bad. Or Con Air. Hold on. It's one of those two. Like Gone in 60 Seconds was so great because it had like cars and cool things, but like there was some good acting in the movie too. None of it from Nicolas Cage, but there was some good acting that occurred. But yeah, Con Air I think was the best Nicolas Cage movie ever. But you know, I could probably sit through National Treasure once or twice more. Well, there's also The Rock. He is right. Damn. That had Sean Connery. But that movie was ultimately really awful. It was amazing, but it was awful. I really like the movie Being John Malkovich. I mean, like, I love John Malkovich, but I also hate him simultaneously because he's such a narcissistic douchebag. But that's like what I love about him too, so it's tough. Yeah, Lord of War was actually pretty good too. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, very weird, but a good movie. Jim Carrey's like experimental phase. I don't like anything Stephen King. I have never read. I've read like 5 of his books, and I've seen a bunch of his movies, and I don't think I've ever liked a single one of them. Oh yeah, Departed was like near the top of my list, Sturax. Nope, not even The Shining. Although I will say better. Green Mile was okay. I didn't like Shawshank that much. Bendy Shaft, welcome to Cornishon, bro. Thank you so much for the membership, man. I love Gladiator and Braveheart and the movie Troy. All 3 of them. Fantastic. Forrest Gump's great. But that's not Stephen King, right? Didn't like Shawshank? What the F? I don't know. It was okay. Like like Stephen King has never like blown my mind. Let me put it that way. Like I don't hate him, but I've never like loved anything he's made. I do realize that the movies are like removed from the books, obviously, but I've read like enough of his books that I'm okay with not reading anymore. Infernal Affairs. Limitless. I will agree with that statement, Zombie Lumpy, that his non-horror is better than his horror. It can't stand it. I don't like clowns. I'm definitely not reading a book or watching any movies involving clowns. Have you watched Vikings, like the television show? Yeah. I saw like the first like couple seasons of it, but I never like finished watching it. It was okay. I thought they tried to like push like a bunch of historical facts into like their narrative, which I always thought seemed like kind of silly and out of place. Thoughts on Juggalos? No comment. My friend's ex-girlfriend was a juggalette or whatever, and I just, yeah, not for me. There's a lot of things in that community that I agree with, like philosophy wise, but like I don't like the way they're acted out. So I made the switch to Hank and Ashi. Thanks for the introduction. You're welcome, Caleb. I hope you enjoy them. May they lead you to fantastic gains. Then again, like I find any large group of people to be insufferable. Like any large group of people formed around an ideal generally ends up being something I don't like. That's why I hate political parties and politics in general, because it's just like large groups of people formed around ideals. Except GME. I mean, I didn't say I agreed with everything GME community. I like the stock. Hot Fuzz is great. All their movies are super awesome. Shorts haven't covered. I mean, this channel was kind of like anti what I saw happening in the community, right? Like I saw lots of like confirmation bias. Confirmation. Idiot. Um, and no facts, which led to this channel. So this channel is like my own personal revolt against what I was seeing in the GME community. I felt passionately enough about it to get involved, which is rare. I mean, I love you guys, but we're all kind of like on the same page, I feel like. I have read the Federalist Paper number 10, penned by Madison. I don't like groupthink mentalities. I feel like they're a trap. Anytime like I see a lot of people agreeing on something, I'm immediately suspicious of that thing. Greatest game ever made? Metal Gear Solid. 1, 2, not really 3. Based on lights on buildings. No, I don't. Clement D. I think anybody that's monitoring the status of lights in Citadel's corporate office is an asshat. You're talking about businesses that are generally open far after market close, well into the night, staffed by interns who work 18-hour days. What if we all agree with you? Well, that's fine, right? Because it would be like my ideology being agreed, like my personal ideology being agreed with. It's when other people present me their ideologies and too many other people think that's a good idea that I'm suspicious that it's probably not that great of an idea. Because you have to remember that most of the population is below average intelligence. And then a big chunk is at average. And so the ideas that people glom onto generally aren't smart because that's a small portion of the population. That's not a big, smart is not a large group. Half is below, half is above. No, the majority are at average. That's why it's the average. Do you know your IQ? I do, actually. But only because I was tested a bunch as a child. Because New York City had like very strict rules for their like public education programs. Like if you wanted to get in, you had to go through like a series of like evaluation tests. But I haven't been tested since like officially since I was a child. My IQ is 12. Yeah, it's a bell curve. Yeah, it is a very small percentage of the investing public. What is it? It was 98th percentile. which doesn't really mean anything. Like, IQ isn't like a true measure of intelligence. Or 99th percent. I think it might have been like 99th percentile. I can't remember. I have to ask my mom. She would know. Yeah, but there's a lot of. Yeah, I'd have to ask. I'd have to ask her. She has like, I think she has that like paperwork somewhere. It's more of a measure of how fast you think, like synapse response rate, than it is a measure of like actual like. It's definitely not a measure of knowledge. I'd have to. I would like. She was the one who had to like take me to all those tests. I could find out. I'll text her. She knows. All right. All right. I asked. I'll find out. If I find out, I'll let you guys know. I don't know how applicable that is. I was good at school. Yeah, I have an education, but I like like. Do I teach now? I've never taught, if that's what you're asking, but I have received an education. Mads. Do you mean am I like a teacher? No, I'm not a teacher. His IQ score 2069. No. Chris, thanks. Thank you so much for the membership, man. I appreciate that. IQ is 140% shorted. Trying to explain why I need to know. It's ridiculous. Um. Okay, so I had three results. From kindergarten, first and second grade, and they were 148, 152, and 158 respectively. Is that high? What's like the high for IQ? Draw the lines to make it go up yet? No. And what faculties? Oh, university. 4 years. Well, 6, but who's counting? I changed my Mensa membership. It's high. 100 is average. Oh, okay. I've never really paid attention to it. I mean, it's useless if you don't like do something with it, right? I feel like I feel like most super intelligent people are actually unsuccessful. Youth IQ tests are notoriously unreliable. Yeah, I've never had one as an adulthood. Yeah, that wasn't a Facebook IQ test. That was like I was in this like accelerated program in like New York City public schools when I was younger, and you had to IQ test every year in order to get in. And so there was like a 2 week like period over like every summer where you had to go take all these like they give you other tests besides IQ, but IQ was one of them. I believe it was called the Anderson program. I think they've gotten rid of that though. Is it like doesn't act like or at least the IQ test part of that. Also, in my experience, big billionaire, super intelligent people don't talk about how intelligent they are. I'm always, whenever I meet somebody who I consider to be like very intelligent, I, it's always unexpected. And then I've met some just degenerate idiots that are wildly successful. Socially competent people don't talk about their intelligence. Yeah, I don't think like any of those tests mean much now. I mean, that was like 20 something years ago. Actually, like a lot of like successful people in business aren't necessarily intelligent, but they do have like psychopathic tendencies. I think lack of emotion is beneficial for like business success or corporate success. Chris Tang, did I thank you for becoming a billionaire, man? Thank you so much for that membership, dude. I really appreciate that. Enjoy the Billionaires Club. It's a fun place. My message, my philosophy about something like this. Intelligent people being less successful, pretty ironic. Well, I think it's because like I could see it like play out in my own life in a way. It's because like you're told you're so like smart as a young child, like when you're young, that like when you get to adulthood, um, it becomes like a struggle to like maintain those expectations. And then they just like they're intelligent enough to balance like the risk reward, so they just give up. It's like a squeeze on intelligent children. Like they peak too early. They peak in like academia. If they stay in academia, like I think that they have a better chance of being more successful. Yeah, intelligent people are generally better at assessing like risk reward and tend to also be like more um what's the word I'm thinking of? Hold on. Like no, that doesn't really work. Not well, they are risk averse, but it's not just that. It's like they procrastinate like they procrastinate more because they don't see the value in like doing things. Hey, Pick, I work for the New York City Department of Education. We tested special ed kids. I mean, we we weren't like getting tested for that. But I think I don't know. I don't even know if that program still exists in the New York City Department of Education. It was kind of marginalizing, so I could see if they got. I could see them getting rid of it. Yeah, yeah. Also, like the more intelligent, like the more like weird, like psychological issues that can come with that, like spectrum disorders and like ADHD, which I probably have both of. And then you get into like the really super hyper intelligent people, and they're mostly like savants and stuff. Like they're not socially functional. Would you recommend Wealthfront for what? I don't know who they are. Is capitalism fair because you don't have to be smart to be rich? I mean, that aspect of capitalism is fair. I think capitalism is not like a good economic model. There's better ones. Nick White. Is IQ testing super controversial now? Whatever. I don't care about things that people are offended by. Coming soon. Mensa tier memberships. Not likely. Can you describe an economic system that would be better? Like, I mean, there's several. Read about economics. Word fam. I don't want to really get into that right now, but there was actually one that I read that I really really liked. And it was written by this guy at University of Tokyo, but essentially it worked that like every entity, like every human and corporation were treated like equally under law, right? Kind of like what we have in the US, where like corporations are considered humans, except um money would be dispersed equally between like the citizenry and the corporations, like government subsidies. And then like each individual's value was like a like kind of like a commodity. I also really like the ideas of like meritocracies. The only problem though is that like that they wouldn't work in practice. That's a buzzword. It's definitely a buzzword. We can talk about democratic socialism in regards to economics, but not in regards to politics. RH Fidelity cost basis issues being present on Reddit. No, I don't have any thoughts on that, Adam. I've seen them, but I don't know if they're real. I don't know what figures are being presented, right? You're just showing me numbers, but I don't have like the inside knowledge. What up, Jonathan? Draw me some lines. Everyone's demanding drawings, and it makes me not want to draw. Yeah, IQ doesn't measure like social capital or the ability to integrate socially, which can be far more important in our society to becoming successful than just being intelligent. I'm pretty sure IQ doesn't measure anything. I mean, it kind of like measures the speed at which you think, but that's about it. It definitely doesn't measure the size of your pickle. I think after the MOASS, I'm just gonna turn this into like just a talk show, and I'm just gonna interview people. That's what I'm gonna do with my time. That sounds fun. Yeah, Michael Burry is an excellent example of someone that's just awful, but it's really smart. How we spunked our GME products. Can I say spunked on stream? I hope so. God, these days, man, they're so boring. I think Tuesday we'll be saying our goodbyes. Maybe. But you'll never forget the time that was spent with me. And that's what's important. Oh, yeah. Employers definitely use IQ tests. I'm not saying it shows nothing. It doesn't show that much. It doesn't show as much as the weight given to it by society. And people are like, "Oh, high IQ," but it's that's not the only factor. What's your usual routine for the day? I usually wake up at 4 or 5 a.m. and start screening, and then by like 8 o'clock, 7, 8 o'clock, I'll start looking for like trades, and then I'll trade through like 9:30. I spend most of the time looking for entries, very little time actually trading. I might only make like one trade in a day. You just want to make sure that the one you make is worth it, right? And then by like 9:30, I've usually closed all my positions and I'm done. There's occasionally like a stock which will drive me to swing trade it, or some things I'll buy long on occasion, but Those are both pretty rare, and they're becoming more frequent as I build up like a capital base. But um, yeah, most of the time I'm out of all my positions by 30 and done for the day. Well, both would be correct, Daniel Rock. I like saying afternoon instead of post MOASS. I use screeners to look for uh like volatility, high volume, and then I'll investigate those stocks further and run some like basic technical analysis to see if it's like something that I want to be into. If it's like too erratic or something, I'll move on. But if I see like a good opportunity, I'll, buy some and then I'll sell when it's higher than what I bought it for. Yeah, relative volume based on the like cap. Obviously, some stocks have like really small cap companies, and like mid cap companies are more ideal for day trading because less volume equals more price action. Official, unofficial gathering of the apes will occur. Probably, but I don't know if I want to be there. Bloomberg terminal showing large bid-ask spreads from like I don't want to hang out with just everyone from Super Stonk at a party. Tycoon. I've traded for 3 years on paper accounts, and then the last 2 years it's been like my primary source of income. So 5 years total. For day trading, work for scalping. Yeah, I mean scalping works. Scalping's part of day trading. Scalping's a little different in that like you enter like very confirmed run-ups and then exit very quickly. So like if you see a stock like rocketing, right, that's like on your watch list or whatever, like you like for scalping you'd want to like enter and exit really quick. It tends to be a little more high risk because when things move against you, they can move against you really fast. It's not that I don't want to hang out with you guys. It's just I don't want to hang out with like you guys would probably be fine. I don't want to hang out with like all of Super Stonk because I would definitely get into some arguments with people. How do you trade paper for 3 years and not bore yourself to death? Discipline, word fam. Because it was something I really wanted to do. Yeah, when you're day trading, you really need to. More important than how successful you are is how well you manage your risk, right? Like your risk is far of far more importance than your reward. Like even if you only make 1% on the stock, but you lose nothing, you're up 1%, right? But managing your risk is more important because you'll lose more often than not. But the times you win, you want to be up enough that it makes up for the losses. What do you mean, you guys? Yeah, if you just like this channel, like 500 people. Yeah, I don't want to go to like some 300,000 person event. That's not for me. It's nothing against the apes at large. I don't like big public gatherings. It also reduces the likelihood that I'll get shot by Godpill. I'm sure someone will die at a super stonk party. How far into paper trading? I mean, like, I turned profits several times during the period I was paper trading as I was like testing different strategies that I came up with, right? So like I'd be like up and down and up and down and up and down. And like then I took these strategies the next year and like perfected them and saw which one was the best. And then I took that one for one more year and just worked on that until it consistently made me more money than I made it my job. Yeah, I also don't really like people very much. So like large groups of them are definitely like a no-no for me. This is like part of my bull thesis or bear thesis on AMC, right? Everyone knew this. This shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Yeah, but I'm streaming, but like I'm like basically alone, right? I'm talking to a chat box. Billionaires can't be. I didn't say that. Why is it every time Cornishon starts screaming ape noises, the stock price goes up? Weird. You call us a chat box? It's definitely not CEO pay. I mean, I make more than I did at my professional job. So that's cool. I make far less doing YouTube, but that's fine. Well, this is like every day trader's dream, right? Like GME is to like find one stock that can greatly amplify your capital. Because then you get like if that happens to you, and it doesn't happen for everyone, but if it happens to you, you're gonna move immediately into the investor phase of wealth building. So you're gonna like one stock can take you from being a trader to an investor. You guys do pay me in cool vibes, and I appreciate it. I don't dislike you guys. You guys are fun to hang out with. It makes my days go by way faster. It's a good time. I like hearing everybody's opinions and questions. It makes me think about things in different ways, which I think is always a good thing. How much money do you need to move to investor level? Like at least 1 million, Chris. 1 million on the low end, like 1 million at like average market returns of like 6 to 8%, right? Gives you 60 to $80,000 a year, which is kind of low, but um, like ideally 2+ million. Yeah, I mean, like obviously, JD, I don't know any of you like on a personal level. I don't dislike you too. I would say like 3 million properly invested would lead to a very comfortable lifestyle. Because even with like other factors taken out, like you're probably netting like what 240 like 180 to $240,000 a year, which is pretty comfortable living in most of the US. And that gives you money to like reinvest so you can continue to grow this. Like my goal previously was 5 million, so that I would have like I could live off 300K a year and then reinvest and continue to grow that 5 million with additional earnings. That goal has now changed. I now want to be a billionaire. But is this a pennant? It's just like a little consolidation after passing VWAP. And a little, maybe just a little bounce off this resistance. This is a very narrow resistance band. So you can see a volatility pickup in here. Think of it like Pong, or I don't know, some game like Pong, where like it narrows. Really persecuted for my love of the one true stock. Good. You should feel persecuted for loving any stock, because you should be able to defend your love of that stock with good reasoning. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick because I feel like it's been a minute. Jesus.
Sorry, he doesn't like it.
All right, cool. Your opinion on Robinhood? I don't have one, Raul. I want to show us the mouse button so we can press it again. Not sell shares mid squeeze. Moonwin. Stop saying ironic things about AMC. We all know it's a bad stock. And even the people that are in it aren't like super sure about it. I own shares of it, and I don't like it that much. I think everyone's just like I think anybody logical that's in AMC is just gonna be like, it could happen, right? Like there's a chance, which is true. I think anybody that's in AMC that's like 100% this is gonna squeeze to him $100,000, they're silly. Is that pre or post action? Pre. Those are limit sells, JD 181. Bull flag go. We'll see. It looks like we're gonna chop on VWAP though. Fully AMC is good to fund Jamie. I suppose. Riley, AMC isn't a bad stock. I mean, it's a bad company, but it's not a bad stock. But yeah, I do agree that the opportunity cost is too high. I think Jamie will squeeze for sure. Not for sure, but much higher probability. I think if it does squeeze, yes, 10 million isn't out of the question. But 10 million also, be warned that 10 million means other things. like hyperinflation and the collapse of the world economies. But that's fine. I mean, unlikely, right? Because like that's only if everyone held. I feel like if we hit 10 million, there'll be very few people still holding. Not advice. What probability? High. I mean, you can't know the actual probability of a squeeze because the short positions aren't public information. But I would say like a rough estimate based on what like I've seen in the charts over the last several months, I would say like above 60%, which is a damn good play in the markets. Pulling 10 shares at that point. Does anyone know the highest possible price for NYSE computers now? No, I don't. I have 15 shares of one of my accounts that I had my wife change the password to and told her not to give me the new password unless we're for a million. Yeah, she might give you that password way before then, man. Be warned. But am female and want in Shannon on. Am I missing like something here? So we buy AMC shares. No, some dude. Why would I? Why would I just spend my hard-earned money on AMC? Cornub. That's not how you want to look at it. What did Cornub say? Cornub's always in here talking the good talk for AMC. What's your opinion on why some big HF risk? It's risky. Squeezes are risky and not super profitable for big hedge funds because they have risk profiles and they would exit far earlier into a squeeze. They like to get trapped in them and exit their positions then, but they don't like to start them. They're dangerous. Also, they're afraid of other things, like being the one that started it, right? When the SEC comes knocking. No one wants to be the one that starts it. Let me tell you. It's like a standoff. Absolutely, Cornub. You are welcome to say anything positive about AMC you want, and I will defend your right to do so. Bull pennant, excuse my terminology, working on my super high level. Yeah, I mean it is. It was a very, very tiny one. Right? Like that's expected like price action range for the day. Like 162.50 to 180. So I mean, yeah, it is, but it's not the most bullish of bull pennants. Is it even a bull pennant? It could be like a flag, technically. I think it's a flag. Because you have lower highs. Actually, it's a wedge. Because you also have lower lows. This is good. This is a consolidating wedge. This is not a pennant because on a pennant the lows are the same, right? So the lows would be all right here, but they're not. But it's not really a flag because we don't have lower lows, we have higher lows, right? So it's a wedge. Just curious, no Schiller FUD here. Would an infinity pool be detrimental towards us given the hyperinflation that could theoretically cause a lot of people to sell at disgusting highs? A lot of people did sell at disgusting highs. I mean, I don't think there's like honestly like the psychology of this does not like if you think about the way people are going to react to that those amounts of money, like I don't think you're going to see a lot of people holding to that point, to the point where it would like cause these like detrimental effects. And then like probably before that point you would see like political and government pressure coming in to keep that from happening. That doesn't mean they could keep it from happening, but they would try. Yeah, we'll see how many people are left at the tippy top. Do I think the tippy top can be 10 million? Yeah. Do I have like a lot of faith in people who've never traded to hold for those numbers? I hope so. I mean, that's why I do what I do, right? Because I do want people to know that you can, and with hopefully the education and experience you receive, possibly receive those kinds of numbers on the shares you own. Because like not only does it benefit all you guys, but it benefits me as well, right? The more people that hold, the higher the price goes. I think there'll be like, I mean, there'll be paper handing at every psychological limit, whether it's, and even if none of the apes got out, like all 300K of us, that's like still a lot of the stocks are going to get sold by people that aren't part of like game stuff, like GME or Reddit or any of that stuff, right? Like people will sell at 5,000, people will sell at 10,000. My point is that I don't care, right? I don't think it matters who sells where. I think the top will still be reached just based on the odds of not enough selling on the way up. So know that like even though if people sell, that peak is still likely. So if you can hold out that long, you could also receive that kind of value for your shares. Which year's take home per share people will sell? I'm following the take profit on the way down. Yeah, I mean I'm gonna take profits in the peak, but very, very slowly. And then also exit a bunch of my position on the way down. And then I'm never exiting some of my position as well, so because I just want to see how that plays out. Well, my stream is showing like that it says I'm streaming like perfectly right now, so I don't know what the issue there would be. There's overlap among the subs. There might be apes that aren't on Supersonic. They're right. Yeah, there might be people that aren't on there and that are holding. There might be like apes that are only on YouTube that are holding, right? Or like other social media platforms or like Twitter. But there also might be like people that sell. It's YouTube, not you. Oh, okay. Yeah, YouTube's had some issues the last few days. Like all my data has been taking like days to come in, and usually it's available like the next day. I'm gonna hold 10 mil so I can buy Indiana. Why? That definitely wouldn't be enough. Farmland's expensive. That's why Bill Gates is buying it all. It's a fixer-upper. You're gonna turn it around? It's gonna cost a lot more than $10 million to buy an entire state, let me tell you. Yeah, I mean, there's people from all over, every walk of life. I mean, like hedge funds have gotten like in trouble and people have received jail time for trying to construct like a play like this, right? Like they've actually tried to construct plays like this, colluding with each other, like actual illegal activity, planning it out in every detail, and then one of the parties has sold out early. And those are like that's like a professional like fund, right? But also at the same time, don't ever underestimate group psychology on that level. Those Amish are the OG hodlers. Yeah, we could see like nice end of the week. This is what we're seeing now, I think is good for the rest of the day, honestly. I'd like to see this continue. Pretty bad. Can I buy Bloomington? Is there a historical example we could read about for like shorts? I mean, there's a lot of them. There's been a lot of times where um like one hedge fund has screwed another on a play like that. I can't think of one off the top of my head that I can like name the exact parties because I don't remember the names of the funds. But there was one where they like kind of agreed to like a pump and dump, and one party got out first, effectively screwing the other party. They were supposed to like exit together at like strategic points, and the one party just dumped the stock. You're saying this price action is making you pretty zen? Absolutely not, Dolly. I'm never zen. Can you put a fake Gherkinit in your chair and stream the chart while you're gone? No? Yeah, Reddit will probably crash. I mean, just the like psychological factors surrounding a squeeze are gonna have like a really detrimental effect on diamond handing, right? Because like brokers are gonna go down. Uh Reddit's gonna go down. I think there were problems on YouTube last time. Discord had issues. So like and like even though they're like, oh, we'll set up this like Pornhub comment section, that'll go down too if everybody floods in there, right? And so like those factors alone, like when people like finally log into their brokers, they're gonna want to sell because they've been so stressed, right? These are things like people have to like watch out for. That's why I bring them up because they will happen and they will freak people out. So don't be one of the people that get freaked out by it. Just stay cool and calm and collected. And remember that all this terrible shit is going to happen and expect it to happen. Because if you're armed with that expectation, I think you'll have a much better chance. So, what are the Pornhub videos that girl posted RSS yesterday? I have no idea. I'm not going there. I'm just gonna manage the MOASS all on my own. I don't care. I don't need like a bunch of people around me to tell me how to exit a stock. Honestly, it's just a distraction. I wouldn't like if I were in the squeeze, I wouldn't want anybody to talk to you. I wouldn't want anybody else's thoughts or ideas influencing my decisions. Also, then you have no one to blame but yourself. Expect the worst. I didn't say stay zen. I don't believe in zen. I'm not a subscriber of that belief system. It can be tiered in the short squeezes I've looked at. They can also be, they can be relatively straight down, but with lots of halts. But even on the like pretty straight down ones, you're talking several hours of downward action, right? And then those still kind of tear. Or well, I guess it'd be more like this. They usually go down like that. Some of them go down real slow, like over time. Unsubscribe from Zen. Yeah, I do. I don't. That's great if you have a plan. Most people worry about don't trust their plan. That's why I tell everyone, like, make sure you have a plan. Make your own. Make your own plan based on the knowledge you have and stick to it no matter what, right? Don't let anybody convince you that your plan is bad. And if you're convinced your plan is bad, fix it. But when you go into it, make sure that that plan is like set in stone, because it could be the best or worst decision you've ever made in your life. Ten to 7 and halted at 7. Yeah, if I saw it fall $3 million, I mean it would halt at 9 first, or it would halt at 9.5 first of all. But yeah, if I saw like $1 million in decrease from the peak, then I would start to think that it was beginning to come down. I would still wait. I would still confirm that it's coming down. So I'd probably let it unhalt and then see if it falls to like 9.1 or what would it be? $950,000 less. So it'd be 84.5 would be like the next halt. And if it hit that, then I would like, yeah, I would set a limit order at like 5 for the unhalt. That way I would like probably fill closer to 9. One-minute candles, I think, are probably the best. Are alternating between 1 and 5. 5 to view like overall price action better, and 1 minute to view, you know, real-time price action better. One share at 69 million, ride the rest. What's your personal peak, Gherkin? I'm just gonna ride it out and see what occurs. I don't have like a set peak. I'd like to sell some shares at 10 million. I'll tell you that much, but yeah, my sights are set pretty high. Your limit percent wise. Probably like 5 to 10%. Like if I'm using a stop limit, so like say you're trading at 10, like I'm using a stop limit because I'm projecting downward price action, right? So I expect it's going to drop from 10 million. So I'd probably have my stop at like 9.5 and then my limit at like 8.5. So then I would sell somewhere in this range if the stock hit there. Any free options for watching the candles on EU brokers? I don't know. I think you can download WeBull in the EU. You just can't fund it, so that would be an option. Like you could use their charting without having an account. Anyone use FinViz? I don't. I think they have a delay, don't they? Sergeant Gherkin sell drills. Gotta run. Have a smooth, safe flight, my man. Take care. Take care, man. Yeah, I'm out of here in 18 minutes. Just so you guys know, the stream today ends at 2. I will not be back till Monday. If anybody wants to communicate tomorrow on stocks or the price action, there'll be an open channel in the Discord where I'll be like kind of commenting throughout the day. Like I will be paying attention, but I will not be available. I will try to push out the technical DD this weekend, but I may not do like a deep dive into anything. Zakure's got some homework for everybody who wants it. Berkshire Hathaway hit the max stock price way below 10 million. That's the maximum stock price for NASDAQ, and that just has to do with the computer systems, but I think they've fixed it since then, casual viewer. And also, the stock wasn't trading at that price. That was just like what the ticker could show. Are you going to hold 200 call or still at a loss today? We'll see. I still think we can go up. I think we can... I think we can test 180 today. I really do. If some volume comes in. And if we test 180, I'd be getting rid of my 200 calls around there. I'll look completely like BlackRock unload their shares at 9 to 12 million. Oh, I don't think BlackRock has any intention of unloading their shares during the squeeze at all. Like, they might unload, like, some free shares, but most of their shares are tied up in ETFs. And if the stock comes back and settles around, like, say they bought in at, like, $5, right? And if the stock squeezes and comes back down and settles around, like, $3.50, like, they would just be losing that value in their ETFs, and they'd have to rebalance it. So they'd actually, like, it's not beneficial for them. They might have, like 300,000 or 400,000, like, free floating shares that aren't involved in their ETFs that they can part with, but I wouldn't see, like, more than that happening. Yeah, just moving comms to the Discord for tomorrow morning. There will be no Reddit write-up tomorrow. But I'll see you all on Monday. Thanks, Charity. I'm not out yet. You got 15 minutes. Although I feel like I should be getting ready to go now. If you watch my video, thank you. Well, I get back in Monday morning at like 6 a.m. So I'll definitely be on stream and doing the live charting first thing Monday morning. If anything big happens this week, I'm pretty sure it would happen tomorrow as they push for like a gamma squeeze. And if that happens, just stay calm. No big deal. We know it's gonna maybe happen, right? So can we call you? What's your number? I'm not Godpill. I'm not giving out my personal phone number to the internet. That'd be insane. Every time I hear your child cry, I imagine someone took Kenny's mayo from him. Nice. We're coming for the mayo. WeBull predicted it today. They gave me Hellman's stock. I mean, come on. Could it be any more obvious? Yeah, I know. The stock's definitely going to spike when I'm not looking at it. Thank you guys so much. And if you haven't yet, drop a like. Ooh. That's not the kind of bullish behavior I'm looking for. Maybe a bounce. Massive whales crashing the price. I mean, it could happen, but stay calm. If they crash the price, it doesn't change anything, right? Like, we know everything the stock can do. And so if it goes down, relax. It'll go back up. Kirk had the MOASS button all along. Pretty flaccid looking there. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Yeah, keep the tendies warm in the oven. I'll be back on Monday. Yeah, dip is a super sale. I don't think they could dip the price that much. My absolute low for where they could slam the price to is like in the 130s. So I wouldn't even like unless they get it below that, I wouldn't even be remotely worried. Thanks from Brooklyn. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the donations and the memberships and the support. It's been super awesome these last couple weeks. And I will see you all on Monday. Well, I don't leave for 12 minutes, but this is my speech. And stay calm. Hodl. Send a question to you through DM on Discord. All right, KO, I'll get to it, man. I always get, I think pretty much every day I get to everyone's questions. So just don't ask me things that you can look up yourself. Like definitions of common terms. Although I did have to ask that today, apparently. Perhaps they're trying to semi-dip the price to a place people don't pile in. I mean, I think they're just trying to keep it sideways. But we'll see if that plays out. As, like, there's been no good opportunity to exit options this week. So I don't see a lot of the, like, OI rolling. So that, like, that big gamma ramp is still kind of there. Like, that open interest on the call chain is still sitting there. It's a tight battle. I can tell you that much. If the gamma squeeze happens tomorrow and closes at 500, yeah, I'll be back on Monday. 500 is like not a lot. What's a limit sell? I cover that in my DD video. You can also look it up. But I go over some of the different types of orders and how they work and their risks and rewards, pros and cons. They're all for different things and they all have their place. I'm just going to screenshot this and stare until Monday. You do you, Michael. Did you reclaim 189 by the end of the day tomorrow? It could, yeah. Don't count on it. I mean, they're going to try to keep it at max pain, right? So unless a buy side does have an interest in pushing it up this week, and like the technical indicators look like they could be successful, but that doesn't mean they will, right? Sorry, one sec, guys. All right. Pickle Finance for being able to shill AMC on Discord. There's a whole channel for you in there, Cornub. Where's the resistance? Well, I would expect one of two things to happen today and then tomorrow, and I'll cover this with you guys real quick before I log out. This is what I'd be looking for, and what I'm looking for today. I'm looking to see if we can break this resistance of that like lower bull flag, right? And if we can come up, so if we can trend above like 173 today with decent volume, I think we can test 180. If not, and we break below this resistance at 170, like hard, we could see a test at 162. So if we break hard below 170, we could head all the way down to 162 as a possibility. Although I don't think we'd get lower than 165 with the volume we have. The only Discord... Yeah, that's because I have tomorrow's Discord channel locked, Grizzled. I'll unlock it tomorrow morning when I log in. Because I didn't want people, like, commenting in there for tomorrow until it's open. Yeah, it was up for a minute before I locked it for tomorrow, but it's there. In case it starts earlier than expected, have a great life, billionaire. I'm not worried about it running up to the price levels I'm thinking about just today and tomorrow. It's not enough time. The resistance is hiding in the outer room, Planet Dakar. Yeah, see, it looks like 170 is holding. So if we get some volume, 180 is definitely in the cards still. We still have like a decent amount of time till close today. Like 2 more hours. I don't know. We'll see. It depends on like the price action I'm seeing. If I start seeing margin calls come in at 500, then yeah. But I think we're gonna see the majority of them come in at higher price points. Jason. So I think I can hang out into like the 500 range, maybe. But that will depend. Like if I see the margin calls start coming in and the volume pick up like that, I'll just end the stream, right? Like I'll just say goodbye and then continue with what I have to do. 1.91 mil volume is insanely low. Yeah, it's really low. Would not a weekend potentially stop a run up? No, not necessarily, Dolly. It would just present like a period of low liquidity during the run up. And then the run up would just continue on Monday. They would try to take advantage of that weekend break. So do be wary of tomorrow, in that if it does start tomorrow, they will try to take advantage of that break to stop the run up. If they can at this point, which I don't know if they can. We won't know their margin called though. I mean, if they start getting liquidated, you're gonna know. I'm gonna miss you guys too. What's that? Oh, okay. Never mind. Thought there was a bug on my computer. Nope. Not gonna stream during the upper levels of the MOASS. I know you guys want me to. It's not happening. Also, don't trust anybody that is streaming during the MOASS. That's some shady stuff. How's OI looking? High. Like, there's been no opportunity to, like good opportunity to roll options this week. And so it looks like a lot of people are going to be carrying options. I mean, if we don't break out to 180 today, a lot of people are going to be carrying options into tomorrow, which could mean that, like, a big push from the bull side to get that ramp started. Is Reddit down? I don't know. It could be. There's been a lot of Reddit outages lately. Tell us you love us before you leave, or will you vanish without a word like my third wife? Will you stream on the way down so we know if we missed our shot? No, but I might, maybe like a few days later, I'll do like an update video. I mean, if it starts Monday, I'll be streaming for it, right? Like I'd be streaming for the start. Yeah, everything's gonna be fine, man. It's just some business I gotta take care of. It's not a big deal. Hey, Spy going back up? Is it? Probably. Ooh, Spy tanked hard. I haven't been watching this at all. God, it looks so messy. The Spy is so messy right now. Like, I don't even want to play it anymore because it's just doing such weird stuff. So we kind of had a head and shoulders here, very weakly formed because of our low volume. But yeah, that brought us down to that 170. And so we can see a reversion now that it's bounced. I'll definitely be doing some weird dances during MOASS to keep my energy down. Is there any way to allow me to stream the chart in the Ape Noises channel? I can probably make that happen, Secure. I might be able to like live cast it into the Discord from like my WeBull on my phone. This group is kind of a big deal. All right, 159. For those of you listening in, I'm leaving the day. We're trading at 170, looking like an uptrend for a retest of VWAP. Thank you all so much for joining me. I will see you tomorrow on the Discord chat and bright and early Monday morning. I love you all and have a great night. Bye-bye.